Thank you.
If you plan on addressing the board, please make sure you fill out an audience participation form. Thank you.
No, I agree. So I mean, let's see.
You know, we're in closed session, I'll do it in closed session.
That's why I was like, well, then I'll set it up this through. I'm confused.
Yes.
And there's no questions as stupid you said. Like, I just feel like somebody always asks a stupid question, but I don't think there is a stupid. You know what I mean?
There's reactions to questions, but that's not that.
All right, call the meeting to order by President Gahane at 6:03 p.m. Roll call, pledge of allegiance, please, stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, roll call members, Mr. Obey.
Present.
Ms. Watson, absent. Mr. Ferris, absent. Mr. Gahane,
Present.
Ms. Volinick,
Present.
Ms. Mia.
Present.
All right, 5 here, 2 absent. We have quorum. Resolution number 1, acceptance of agenda. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I heard Mr. Obey, seconded by Ms. Volinick.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can we table something? Not table, take it from the consent, agenda,
On the consent agenda, which item?
which, the summer hiring for, the 2 employees. Can we leave them in a separate resolution?
Which item is it? I'm sorry.
Uh,
Do you have the letters?
wait a second,
The employment?
the employment of the summer job.
Summer job, so C,
D and E,
oh, D and E.
yeah,
Is it C, D, and E or D and E?
C, D, E,
So all 3.
all 3. Can we have them in different resolution?
When have these employees already started, Joe?
They
When-
would
when
start
do they
it
start?
Monday.
They would start Monday, okay.
Actually, C and D,
C and D,
yes.
okay, we can move in separate resolutions. Is the board okay with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll move these, Joanne. If you can add a separate resolution item, it'll be resolution 16 and resolution 17. And we will have the consent agenda as resolution 18.
Thank you.
No problem.
So they're moved to number 16 and 17?
Correct, as a standalone, resolutions.
Okay.
Okay, no problem, Mr. Vivier.
Oh, thank you.
We will,
Sorry for the delay.
no, you're okay. Okay, acceptance of agenda after removing those 2, agenda items from consent. Resolved that the Board of Education accepts and approves the agenda with any additions and, or deletions. We just modified, that's it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Alright,
Who was this motion? Is that me?
you and Ms. Volinick. So we have 6 ayes, 1 absent, so motion carries. Okay, before we get to the budget hearing, I'd like to take a moment to honor the life and service of Brenda Parker, who recently passed away. Ms. Parker was a valued teacher of our school community whose dedication touched the lives of countless students, families, and colleagues, including mine. Her impact will continue to be felt in the classrooms, hallways, and hearts of those who she taught and inspired. I ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence as we remember her contributions and hold her loved ones in our thoughts. All right, thank you so much. And now we move on to the budget hearing presented by June and Cindy.
All right. This on? Yep, okay, all right. All right, first, so we're gonna do this, I know last year, I think we broke it up into, we did the amendment in one meeting, the original in a different meeting. We're gonna do both at the same time tonight. First, we'll go down to proposed amended budget. And then we'll switch and we'll go down the proposed original budget. So, local revenues, just looking at the differences between the original budget and the proposed. There was addition for the summer school discovery grant. The portion for this school year is $228,971. We had adjustments for tax collections, adjustments for a clinic revenue adjustment, and then interest revenue due to rate decreases. We had a rate decrease on September 18th from 3.75 down to 3.5%. We had another rate decrease on October 30th from 3.5% down to 3.25%. And then a final decrease on December 11th from 3.25% down to 3%. So we basically lost about 25% right there in percentage on our investments. State aid budget last year was passed in October. So we had new and expiring funding and changes to existing allocations. Then we also had the restrictions associated with 31AA. This is where we had to sign for mass casualty events. The board decided not to do that. We had to remove that from the revenue. Enrollment stabilization funding, we've received the past 2 years. We did not receive that this year because they changed the decrease. Summer school funding 23G was not renewed, but we do have the summer school discovery grant this year. And then there was a decrease to the actual 12D 3E infrastructure grant. So it's so we have about 300,000 that will be deferred into 26-27. Federal, that was just reclassed to the intermediate. And then intermediate, we received our 23-24 special education reimbursement this year, so 2 years after, of about $800,000. Medicaid through Wayne Risa, we received $53,000 from the 23-24 school year. In 24-25, we received about $260,000. So we increased the budget by $195 to account for those items. It was originally $150,000. Indirect, that's based on actual amounts budgeted in federal grants, and the district is allocated a certain percentage on all those grants for basically overhead. Any questions on 25-26 before I go to 26-27?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, you got it.
No, mine's just go ahead. I was just gonna ask about that.
About-
I was gonna say, for the proposed amended the budget, is that different from the audited actual, like in the general sense? So you have audited actual for 24 and 25.
Right.
Are we gonna have that for 25 and 26 as well? Like aside from the proposed amended budget?
Once the audit's done, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They have not understanding.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing right.
Yeah. Once the audit's done, then when we do, audit's done November 1st, we'll come back, we'll do an amended budget sometime throughout the year.
And then you get your numbers.
Yeah, then you get your numbers. And actually this year, what we'll probably have to do, and I'll discuss a little bit more once we get to the 26-27 budget, since we still don't have a school aid budget this year, we'll do an amendment once we receive it. So this year, like last year, if we received it in October, we would come back in October or November and do an amended budget for the revenues.
I do have a question regarding the decrease on the investment. I didn't catch if you say the reason why we have that decrease.
Yeah, well, interest rates went from, so we have a sweep account. So PNC, we have a sweep account, which means each night your balance sweeps into an investment.
Okay.
And then the next morning it comes back, you have available funds. So it went from 3.75% at the beginning of the year, and then by December it was down to 3%. So we lost 0.75%.
Is it because there is no fund on that sweep account or?
No, this is just because of interest rates.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with the, you know, like.
Okay, no, I
our-
just wanted to,
Yeah,
wonder, is it because decreasing on the rate of increase?
Yes.
The interest, okay.
the Fed rate, overnight rate.
So I have a question about the general fund original budget that was, given to us, when working on the 26-27 budget.
Uh-huh.
I look back to the one that we got in, last year when we were formulating the budget for this year, and it said that we were supposed to have a surplus of $10 million at the end of the year.
Okay.
But when I look at this paperwork that we have here, it says that our surplus for the original budget was 5.292, which is not the same.
Yes. Yeah,
If I might add,
Yeah.
when we prepare the original budgets, we don't have our final audit done, so our fund balance is always estimated. And so now that we have an actual audited number, that the numbers will change because we always start out with a beginning fund balance based on what the actual is.
But this is for 25 and 26, so we don't have it's not audited.
No, but the beginning fund balance is based on where we ended up at the end of 25.
yeah, so the actual audit came in at the 10,155,000. So we put the actual fund balance in there to reflect what we have instead of being an estimate. Does that make sense?
No,
No.
because that's the proposed budget for 25-26.
Right.
That's on the right-hand side there, the column is the proposed budget for 25-26. That is from June of last year.
Mhm.
So the proposed budget indicated that we were going to have a surplus at the end of the year of $10 million. So that, the way that I understand it, that budget column that's on the right-hand side that says original budget should be the same as the original column on this year's sheet.
Well, I believe it's an adjustment due to the difference between using an actual fund balance number and an estimated fund balance number. Because when we do adopt a budget in June, like right now, we're adopting a budget for 26-27, we don't know what our actual fund balance is going to be because the audit hasn't occurred. But by the time we do a final amendment next June, we will have that data and we'll update it. And I'm thinking that the approvals that the board makes tonight is really to approve revenues and expenditures. So fund balance is just kind of a difference in the accumulation between the two.
I understand what
So-
a fund balance is, but what I'm saying is that, I don't think you understand what I'm
Unless
saying.
we're not.
When we approve this, we approve the budget. Okay, it's not something that's written in stone, it's the budget, right? So what I'm saying is that this column here is the original budget that we approved. But it should reflect the same here, but it doesn't. Shouldn't it be the same?
Should be.
Because it's the budget, it's the original budget.
Right,
It's
right.
not something that's like,
It
We
wouldn't
spent
change.
this or we
Shouldn't,
did this.
shouldn't,
Yeah,
exa-
budget.
yeah,
It
shouldn't
should be
change.
the same.
It would
Yeah.
change
Should be
with the
the
amendment.
exactly,
Yeah,
which-
exactly.
this section in the middle where it's amended, that's the actual what we spent. I get that.
Yeah,
But this,
the original budget still should be the
It
one
should
we
be the
approved.
original-
And the original
From the
budget
one
is a
before.
moment in time, as
Right.
soon as it's
Yeah.
approved, like, it never changes.
Exactly.
right,
Yeah.
but it's not the same at all, and there's a number in here,
Capital.
The capital
the
outlay.
capital
I
outlay
think
that was
the
thir-
ESSER.
$13 million on this budget, which was the original budget, and then it got put in as $22 million here, and in the amended budget, we actually only spent five.
Yeah.
Right,
So I mean, it's just kind of all over the place.
that was the ESSER.
I think there was a footing error.
There was a footing error last year, and then that's when we put the ESSER, the 9.6 back in. Does that
Yeah, I don't,
ring a bell?
I don't recall. We took the original numbers off of what's on the district website.
Yeah.
So we'll have to go back and double check those.
Also, the beginning of
The original website.
the beginning general fund is different from what it shows.
Right. So
It shows here is 15,176,000, and here it shows 10 million.
That is, I think that, so the 10,313,000 is the actual fund balance of the audit. So that is the actual.
This is the actual.
Yeah.
This is just the projecting.
Yeah, that would have been projected when we did the original, because we didn't have the ending fund balance.
right, but that's what I'm saying about this being the original budget. The original budget on this sheet should be exactly as we approved it and
Accurate.
exactly as it tracks, so that we can track it from this place to this
Yeah.
place
Right.
and understand it, and it's not.
And then
So-
also there was another discrepancy that we, so in the 25-26 budget, you had the same revenue and expenditures, like total expenditures. And then I think where was it?
It was this column doesn't add up to the same thing, it adds up to
Yes.
32.
Yeah, so for the 25-26, oh yeah, so the one that you showed us right now, it has the original budget of 95,836,814 as total expenditures
Right.
with revenue of 90,815,000.
Yeah.
But in the original, I guess the budget that you showed us, or the one that we approved last year, it shows the same revenue and expenditures, but the things in the middle, for example, like the capital outlay, is not the same as the one that you're showing right now.
Right.
But so it's like, how are they the same, expenditures and totals and revenue and all that, but they're different, like there's different numbers.
Because
You know?
when we add the last year's budget that we approved, it's 82,900,000.
Yeah, it's not 95,836.
Right.
So, we're just trying to pretty much make sense of all this, of how.
I think it was that 9.6 million, because there was a footing error. And then,
Footing error as in what, like it was misplaced in the wrong account or something, like in the.
no. On the federal projects, I think it was not in there and it didn't foot down to the 25 million. I think that's where I think the 9.6 was missing. And then we put it in as to foot.
Well, the thing is though that I'm trying to understand what's happening, because we went into this understanding that we were gonna have $10 million in our fund, and then when we open this up, it's $5 million, and then
That's for 25-26.
yeah, for 25-26, so
Well,
that's a huge difference.
That gets back to the audited fund balance. So we had projected a $15 million fund balance. It came in at 10 million, correct? 10.3.
So you're expecting the 10 million to be projected down to 5 after the budget or after the audit?
Yeah.
Why is that such like a, why are we that far off? Like in regards to what we have versus, after the audit. I get the audit, they're double checking your numbers, but you shouldn't be that far off, right?
Probably not, no.
I can.
And if we look at last year, we started with a $2.5 million surplus, so 2.4 million surplus.
How much?
2.4.
2.4, yeah.
So I mean, that was our actual for 24-25.
Oh, that was our,
Operating surplus.
Right.
That was our
Yeah.
operating surplus. So that's a $7 million like difference. It's not just the deficit. It's not the $5 million deficit. It's the fact that we had 2 million surplus and now we're down 5. So
Yeah.
that's a pretty big,
That is a
pretty big
swing.
amount.
Yeah. Okay. I know.
So the other question that I have about when I'm looking at this from last year and comparing where the numbers went, I'm not an accountant, so, this 1.5 reserved for capital projects that's in the amended budget, is that also going to be taken, is that in this $4.9 million number, or is it not?
Which 4.9?
The
The one for
Capital
capital
That's the
outlay that's
reserve.
in the proposed budget
Yeah.
for 26-27.
So,
The 1.5
for
that's
capital
in the
projects.
amended, that's reserved for capital
Project.
projects, is that included in the 4.9
the prior,
capital
the next
outlay
year,
proposed for next year?
it is,
Yes.
It is in there?
Yeah.
Okay. So it won't be taken off again?
No.
No, that's the district match on that $8.6 million capital grant.
It's probably a dumb question, but okay, if they already have it here, then should that not be 5.4? Should that be the 3.978? Since they already accounted for it here?
It's 6 of these, half a dozen of those, the way that they do it. That's why I was asking if it was already in here.
So
If it's already in the 4.9, then shouldn't the beginning general fund be 3.9 or 3.9?
Well, no, what we're saying is at the end of this year, we know that we're gonna spend $1.5 million in capital grants or capital expenditures,
But
so
I'm
we're
saying for the-
reserving it.
But I'm saying for the proposed budget,
Yeah.
shouldn't that top number with the beginning general fund equity be 3.978?
No, no, because we're spending it down in the 4.9. So what we're saying is at the end of
Okay,
this
okay,
year,
I see, okay,
we're
okay.
reserving that.
Okay, I see. Alright. Okay, capital outlay.
Mhm.
I guess in layman terms, is that just grants that we're getting or what?
No, that's finishing the HVAC project at the high school. So
Okay.
it's like if you build a building, that's capital outlay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my second question is the other added needs under special education.
125 and
Yeah,
127.
127. What is that?
That's what we call compensatory education. So those are added supports. The primary thing that you find in there are Title I, like interventionists, math and reading interventionists. It's where our ML supports get charged to as well. So it's those additional supports that we provide to students that are outside of just their normal general classroom experience.
Okay. I mean, I guess is that something that you guys named it, just other added needs?
No.
Or is that like just an automatic thing that the system?
It follows the state chart of accounts. And within there's a category called other added needs. And then within there, you'll see like 125, if you notice
Yeah, I see the code. Yeah.
125 is what we call compensatory education.
Okay.
One-
Alright.
And then 127, I'm not sure what 120.
CTE.
It's CTE.
Okay.
So it's the other types
Alright, I
of
mean, I
needs we
think-
provide.
Yeah. I was hoping if we give it like another name or something other than just other added needs.
We can call it anything. If it's more meaningful to you, we can
It's not
change the
meaningful.
name
It's just
to
I
that.
guess more for
Well,
more
you could
clarity.
you could break it out into what
Yeah,
they actually
just
are. So,
because like I'm over there like other like what did we need that was in the millions, you know?
Sure.
10.
Just the way
Yeah.
it's
So
sort of, like,
it's just
makes
it's
it sound
just
like
for
miscellaneous.
clarification. That way,
It's a pretty big.
anybody
And
reading
so,
it
like,
could
keep the heading
like
other,
could make sense
okay,
of
and
it
then
and understand.
break it
it.
down into
So like the
ML
actual
and then
function,
the CTE.
Yeah,
like
you
a
know,
CTE.
CTE or as she said,
Yeah,
interventionalists.
Whatever the state called it.
Yeah.
We can do
So I think just for You know,
think
and
the state calls it.
yeah, for clarity, yeah.
That's what they call it?
I think so.
Yeah, that's the problem. She says that
Yeah.
it's under a broad umbrella.
Yeah, she said 125 is for,
Compensatory education.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
yeah, you can use the short terms for these two maybe.
Okay, and then sorry, another question I had is, for the proposed budget, it shows that we're operating we're operating surplus deficit at a deficit of 2 million.
Mhm.
Or we're almost
1.918.
1.9,
Yeah.
you know,
Where's that?
in the
Right on the
last
bottom.
The last column.
yeah. I guess so. You guys are. I know it's all projections. I understand that, but I guess is there a way where we're not operating at a deficit? Like you guys can do that, make the numbers work to where we're not operating at a deficit.
Well,
I know it's like I'm probably just asking a question that's like
Yeah, well,
unreasonable, but you know.
no, that's so part of that 1.9 is the 1.5 million that we have to do the match. So part of that is we don't have a revenue to match that expenditure. So it's, remember the $8.6 million grant that we got to
Yeah.
complete the windows, HVAC. We have 3 million left that we're gonna spend out of the grant, and then our match is 1.5. So that's basically the deficit in here.
What they're potentially gonna match,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
should make
Well, I
it come
mean,
out
but
to
the-
What
zero.
we owe, yeah.
But that's true and that's not true. The thing is if we're spending $1.5 million on something, then it's possible to cut other places to make up for the 1.5 million.
Yeah.
And or cut some other places to get us back to where we are not in a deficit where, so I mean, I get that we have a match going on and how that works, but still, I find that this is a precarious number here at the bottom, and especially when I look down here in the corner and it says net estimated fund balance percentage of expenditures is 4.9.
Mhm.
So what's the ramification of being under 5% for MDE and for because that's a very low balance.
Right. They set a 5% mark, but again, right now, we don't have the state aid. So we don't know, we did a very conservative state aid estimate based on the executive proposal, the House proposal, the Senate proposal. So we used 2.5% as an increase. And then also, we didn't put in programs that were not in all three proposals. So we know literacy is a big proposal. 31 AA is something that is in all three proposals. So we put like those back in. But if they weren't in all three proposals, we didn't put it in the budget
But when you
or
look
in
at
the revenues.
But when you look at revenue for state and local for year over year,
Mhm.
it's close. It's not,
It is.
it's close. So I mean, we're not gonna get a lot more money
Well,
from nowhere.
it is close, but it's not. I mean, let me go through the revenue for 26, 27. And I think some of the explanations might help.
Go ahead.
Or. All right. So again, the 31 AA, it's in all three proposals. We didn't take it last year. You know, they're still working out the language, whether you will have to sign for the mass casualty event or not. But we'll have to assess that. A couple of the big things in the executive budget is that they're proposing changes to at-risk and to multilingual, section 41. So what the governor's proposal is that we would receive that funding without restrictions. So 31, at-risk is $5 million and section 41 is $1.3 million. We have carryover every year in at-risk of $1.5 to $2 million because there are only certain things that you can put in at-risk funding. So if they lift the restrictions, this $2 million basically flows to the bottom line. So that could be a big change that would alleviate the expenditures over revenues. The other, couple of other areas, so summer discovery is in there at $500,000. Big ones, state aid, again, we increased only 2.5%, and that's $250 per pupil. We took the Plant Moran enrollment projection study, and that's an increase of 32 students. And Special Education Act 18, that's going to be new funding. That's $500,000 because our special education department worked with Wayne Risa, and we're going to have an Act 18 program where they give us $500,000 for operating ASD program. And then Section 31AA, I put Section 31AA in there as $700,000.
So
So-
do we have a copy of what you're reading from?
Yeah, because we don't have the
He
revenue.
on
sent
the
those in
drive?
the email.
I sent it, yeah, but
Yeah.
So we don't have it printed out, this one here,
No, we don't.
that's what I heard.
It's just hard to follow along. It's a lot of numbers and it's a lot of letters, and
I know.
for not working with them every single day, it's hard to follow along.
Yeah, no, I totally understand, yeah.
Alright, any other questions?
Well, I'd still like to know what the ramifications are for the fund being under 5%. Like what happens? Does it trigger something?
If we end at 5%, it would trigger us going in under state watch,
Okay,
going in with a budget of this, because actually our percentage would really be on the 6.74. So it wouldn't be on that 1.5 reserve.
You said we'd be under watch?
yeah,
If
if
we
we end
end.
under 5%.
Yeah.
Then we end up under state watch. We have to do a bunch of different
Is it 5
things.
million?
What's
Is it if you're under 5 million?
under 5%?
5%.
5%, yeah. So that would be if we end the year and we're under 5%. Then the next year they would put us on watch.
It's close.
But again, we don't know what the state aid budget is yet. So,
So 5% of our expenditures are total expenditures?
Yeah, no, yes, expenditures.
Yeah.
So you have to be above 5%.
our fund balance has to be 5% greater than our
Yeah,
expenditures.
so the ending balance.
So,
So you see,
for 10
like-
million, we'd have to have at least 500,000?
Yeah,
10 million.
Yeah.
We're way over that. See, like last year, this was last year's, it's 12.3,
Well, okay, we're at
4.9 on this budget.
Is 4.9 acceptable? Maybe you guys already went over that.
well, if you end below 5%,
Oh, if you end at
End,
the end of
that's end of the year.
2027?
yeah, then they would put you on watch.
So
Okay.
what
Oh,
did
yeah,
we
yeah.
end at this year? When we finally finished the audit, what did we end at?
This past year was,
Yeah.
it was 12.5%, I think
Was
it
it?
was, 12.7, yeah,
Yeah, that was the $10 million.
yeah, 10 million.
12.7?
When you were talking about the state aid from the governor and all that,
Uh-huh.
and you said you did, I guess, rough estimates of what they're gonna give,
I
right?
did a conservative,
Conservative.
because what they were talking about is 2.5%
Increase.
increase. So that's what we took as a conservative number. And then we didn't build all the programs back in.
Right.
Like,
But
we
my-
don't know what they're gonna get
No,
us.
I get that, but I'm saying, when you say conservative, like, did you kind of go lower
Mhm.
than what they're actually gonna give? Or did you kind of,
I don't know what they're actually gonna give.
well, that's what I'm saying is like,
So, all we did is we took
Like-
what they're saying.
Like the conservative numbers, were they better safe than sorry, or like we're you know, are we gonna,
He was conservative to what they were saying, that they're gonna.
Yeah,
no,
And-
I
and
understand
so I think-
conservative, but
So
like,
I think the approach of only doing the things that appear in all of the budgets.
yes,
So like, you know, the executive and the
yeah,
legislative and the senate,
that, I
like,
get that.
and like only including those for sure in the budget. I think that's how he's sort of
Yes.
informing his conservative remark.
I get that,
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying, is it,
So it
like,
could be more.
that's what I'm saying, is it,
Yes.
like, are we looking at like potentially, not potentially, more than likely, not more than likely, but you get what I mean? Like,
I don't know
We don't
what
know
you
the future.
mean.
So it's like
He's
this
a
is
guarantee kind of guy.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's conservative,
Yeah.
but I'm expecting that we're gonna get more. Like 9
Yes.
times out of 10 we are.
Yes.
You know, there's that 1 out of 10 chance,
Yes.
10% chance that, you know, the politics get involved and nobody gets nothing, you know? Or,
Yes. Yes, this is.
But that's what I'm saying. I like when I say conservative is like you played it safe,
Yes,
but it's like we should be fine, more than fine, because I know we're gonna get this stuff. Like assuming that the, you know, politics, whatever, plays their correct role.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to get to.
I don't think it's gonna. I can't guarantee.
Yeah,
it.
no, of course, there's no guarantees, but that's what I mean.
Worst.
Huh?
Yes,
That's what I'm saying. You plan for the worst and hope for the best.
right.
Okay,
Yes.
that's
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I wasn't clear.
No, and again, once we get the state aid budget,
Things will be a lot more clear.
Well, no, we're gonna come back. We're gonna say
The
here's
amended
what we
budget,
have,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then we will present it then. And this number should be.
And potentially latest is October, like last year.
Well, I just read. I was going to put it in the weekly update that they say they're getting close. I think there's like a couple people holding out for certain things, but you know they said they're close. Hopefully, it'll be July or August. You know, it really puts schools at a disadvantage. I mean, I don't want to come in here and say we're going to get a 5% increase, then
Right.
come back
No,
to you and
I
say, hey,
respect
it's,
that.
you know, like,
Just yeah. Okay. All right.
so I'd rather plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect. Yeah. And I guess the last thing is just please like double check, you know, when it comes to the numbers, because
Yeah.
you know, like certain things weren't making sense and all that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
not to say that, you know, obviously there were, as you called it, footing errors or something like that, or you know, so
Yeah.
just
I apologize for that.
Should we have a review before we come into a board?
I think so.
Well, we did a cow meeting before.
I think we can.
I guess for
We can always
financial.
add a study session,
Yes.
Yeah.
just to. have-
So
Yeah.
before we bring it to make sure the numbers is right, everything is right, before bringing it to present to approve.
I
So
agree.
we'll be
Yeah,
on
I
the safe
support
side.
I support
Okay.
counting.
I'll make sure I note that.
We
Yeah.
did that in previous years.
well, let's get back to previous year.
And we also split and did the amended budget at one meeting and then did the original budget at the second meeting. So because, like Linda said, there's a lot of numbers flying at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, it just, if you're not a numbers person, you know, what we're saying after a while just doesn't make sense. You know, it doesn't help that the original budget wasn't right either, but.
Yeah.
It's a sensitive approval, so we have to make sure we are comfortable to approve anything.
Yeah.
So that's why we
Yeah.
wanted to have a day to review it. And when it comes to present and the boards, we already had all questions cleared out, all things has been cleared out. So we can prove it, so we're not holding any operations financially.
Yes.
Well, and that's what we did before is there were questions, we'd go back, we'd fix it. And then we'd come back the next meeting, we would get input from the board and then build it into the budget.
Yeah, but now we
So-
can't do any,
No.
we have to move on.
Yes.
Live and learn. Moving forward, you know,
Yeah,
we
I
can
got it noted,
definitely
so.
do that now. So
Was there a reason why we moved away from doing a Cal meeting prior, like for dealing specifically with budget?
That was.
I think that, who was that
Before.
towards, that was for Jim?
That's a general question.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, I
That was
wasn't
long
here.
before.
Anyone who knows the answer
Yeah.
can provide it.
Not my decision.
Yeah, I wasn't here when, like, I came in, there were no cow meetings or like you said, so I don't know.
So previous precedents.
They're helpful.
We're blaming. I agree.
I wouldn't know, so.
We can always add it back, you know, another board meeting.
Why not?
Yeah.
Love seeing you guys.
No,
Alright.
it is helpful to have a
Yeah.
work session, because then you're not, you know,
You're not
as
here till
Obaid said, you're not pressured to approve something, because, you know, the original, unfortunately, the budgets have to be approved. I mean, the budget for next year has to be approved, or we can't spend anything after June 30th. So we got payroll next week, it'd be hard to explain why we
No,
didn't pay.
Understood.
We could explain it.
No, it's, it's fine.
Alright, resolution number 2, approval of final amended 2025-2026 budget. Can I get a motion? Motion by Mr. Ferris,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Elliott. Result that the Board of Education does hereby approve the final amended 2025-2026 budget as presented. All in favor?
I,
Any opposed? Alright, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries. Resolution number 3, approval of proposed 2026-2027 budget. Can I get a motion?
motion.
Motion by Mr. Elliott.
Second.
So I heard Mr. Obaid. Result that the Board of Education does hereby approve the proposed 2026-2027 budget as presented. All in favor?
I,
Any
Nay.
opposed?
Yep.
Any,
win that eighth.
1 nay?
One night.
Alright. 6 ayes, motion carries. Resolution number 4, setting of 2026 tax rates. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Bolinek,
Second.
second by Mr. Elliott.
Do you want to point out about the rec village?
Ken, did you wanna say something?
Yeah, let him say it.
Yeah, please. So on this, the rec millage on this is at 3.8715. It's on the ballot at 3.92. Because when we did the resolution for the levy, that's what the millage rate was. So millage rates drop based on a Headley rollback percentage, it's based on inflation. So once we start collecting, it'll be at the 175
3.75.
So
instead of
how
the
was
3.
it? It was before how much?
3.9.
Yes.
So it dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it dropped because of inflation.
So,
It's good, yeah.
so layman terms, yeah, less taxes will essentially be taken.
Right.
Well, no, not really, because if your house increases in value.
Well, that has nothing to do with us,
Okay.
you know?
Okay.
We're just saying, hey, taxes, the mills are less.
We don't care what type of house.
Yeah, that's not my fault if your house is worth, more than mine or double mine,
Okay.
Right?
Well, I
I mean,
agree.
did I misunderstand or?
I think you did.
Okay, go ahead. Explain
I
it.
think you did.
Explain it again. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, let's-
I was gonna roll, but I heard
It's-
audience
it's
laughing,
good.
so I had to.
It's good, let's go.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. Yeah, exactly, yes.
No, seriously.
That's how I was gonna explain.
Okay.
Oh, you were serious, not sarcasm. Oh.
No, it is sarcasm, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Okay, all right, that's what I'm saying.
I love this meeting.
So, what happens is when your house, everybody's house increases somewhat year to year.
Understood.
Yeah, so this rolls back the millage to account for that increase. So you're gonna pay the same, you're not gonna pay less. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, let's go back. I think it was motion by Ms. Bolinek, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, seconded by Mr. Ham, result of Board of Education. After reviewing budgetary needs of the school district and review the maximum allowable millage levy, set the school tax millage rates for the fiscal year 2026-27 as follow: 18 mils on non-homestead taxable value, 3.8715 mils recreation on all taxable value. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion
Seven.
carries. 7, I'm sorry.
Everybody's here.
Yes. Alright, here goes the fun part. Resolution number 5, going to closed session. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Bolaney, second by Mr. Rebate, resolved that the Board of Education does hereby go into closed session for the following purposes. Section 8H to consider Michelle exempt from disclosure, termination of the following employee contract, employee ID 1021114, 102350. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 7 ayes, 0 nay, motion carries. The meeting went into closed session at 6:48 PM.
I'm gonna guess there's a lot of hot air in there.
It's like you know.
No, well, I
Okay.
think it's an off night, so normally it'd be programmed right on Wednesday on board meeting night. And this is Thursday, I asked Bruce if he could, turn it on. Oh,
And he hasn't done it yet?
no, he's working on it right now, so,
Oh, God.
Like on the ceiling?
yeah,
Like
no,
we should feel
he's,
some.
no.
It's
He-
a system.
Yeah, it's the system, he's having somebody program it, but he's trying to get a hold of him.
So by the next meeting, it'll be nice and chill in here.
Yes, extra, sure.
But
Nate said he'll bring
Make
it.
sure if we pick a meeting out of our regular day, have it easy on.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, yeah, because it is
Or they-
Thursday, yeah. All right.
Somebody's coming.
Waiting on Mo.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is
All right. Go ahead. All good? Okay. We're going back to open session. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I heard Ms. Volyanek, seconded by Mr. Obey. Result that the Board of Education does hereby resume the meeting open session. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 6 ayes, 0 nays. At 8:21, the meeting has been resumed. We move on to resolution number 7, termination of probationary employee.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Volnick, seconded by Ms. Watson. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby terminate the employment of probationary employee number 102114, effective June 30th, 2026. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries, and 1 absent. Resolution number 8, termination of probation employee. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms.
Second.
Volinick, second by Ms. Watson. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby terminate the employment of probationary employee number 102350 effective June 30th, 2026. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent, motion carries. Alright. We have our seal of literacy. So the Hamtramck Public School Board of Education is honored to recognize HPS seniors who earned the Michigan Seal of Literacy. This prestigious award celebrates those who achieve high levels of proficiency in speaking, reading, and writing in one or more languages, in addition to English. We commend your dedication to language study and the celebration of your rich culture and heritage. Please join us to applaud the dedication and efforts of the following learners invested in achieving their Michigan Seal of Literacy. So let's give them a applaud.
And then we have one of our students.
Please. Alright, here you go. Special one just for
Rashidul Kareem.
you. What is it?
Rashidul Kareem.
Oh, nice.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Okay, we have reports to the board. GM Corp. Bosky Parkmoral, Bob Riley, Tamima Islam, Leif Mohammed, and MD Mia.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you.
This is our 12th year with the GM Student Corps in Hamtramck.
Okay.
Every year, we've had students students work on community projects. They're hired by GM as summer interns to do something to improve their community, improve the school or something. This year's team has decided that in Pulaski Park, there's a mural there that could be updated. And for the first time in 12 years, we have 3 students that have the capability of actually doing the mural themselves. Because they've never done anything on their own like this, we're going to hire one of the local artists to help them get through the whole thing. So we plan on starting the week after next. If you, ladies and gentlemen, will pick out the mural that 3 different students have done their version of it. So we need you to decide which one will go on to the wall in Pulaski Park.
This is current.
Oh, okay.
The
That
current is lower right.
No,
one less to choose
That was
from.
done by GM employees, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
2017.
These were done by the high school students. There is one of them. 2 of the other students weren't able to make it tonight, so he will explain to you the thinking behind where it's coming from.
Well,
Here's
this,
it, it's all colored.
when I looked at the
Right,
picture,
I-
it says
I see.
GM 2017. Did GM do this back then?
It wasn't the student board, it might have been some other
No, no,
group
it
of
was-
GM that put it on
It was
there.
the employees
I
of
like this
GM,
one.
they did that.
Oh,
Okay.
I remember
Maybe
that.
from
I
the
was
plan or
like,
something.
yes.
Okay, okay.
I was
Not
not, no,
good.
no, it was
Yeah,
not
you got
church.
everything.
You got everything.
Yeah, I like that one.
Where's the charger?
The what?
That's
I think we should get this one.
I think
The board approved,
No, it's got a.
I think we
intro,
should let them
It's
Great.
got a chart.
Who?
So before,
Yeah, I think we
before
like
we
this one.
decide which one is to get chosen, obviously in the bottom right, that's the current one.
Mhm.
When you think of Hamtramck, I mean, I don't think of deers and foxes and turtles. So I think of, mosques, churches, 2-family flats, food trucks, stores, and a diverse community that cannot be reproduced anywhere in the United States. So, yeah, if you guys have any questions about any of them, I'd be glad to explain them.
This one's great too.
Did you guys have choose already one?
We actually, so last week we came to show Mr. Larson Schindler the designs, and we were gonna have him decide, and he said that it would be better that you all come together and decide.
Oh, thanks.
Which one,
Yeah, thank you.
which one do you guys, recommend?
We don't, actually, we wanna give you guys the full decision.
That's what they said to me, and that's why I
See,
brought it.
that's good. Well, hey, you know what, buck stops with us. I'm okay with that.
Okay, let's
We
have a
came up with
competition.
these,
Everybody hold up the one that-
Yeah.
We came up with these
I like
unbiasedly,
this.
and we actually took ideas from each other. So we're a group of 8 students. 3 of them, including myself, took ideas from students that were managing other projects, and we incorporated them into our designs.
Nice.
So
Pulling's always the way to go.
yeah, if you guys have any questions about any of the thinking, any of the aspects, I'd be glad to answer them.
Is it only one wall that you guys can?
It's a wall, that wall is about 300 square feet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm saying there's more than one wall where we can just put all the pictures up.
So
Oh,
far,
it's
I
one
mean,
wall.
all the murals that I've seen in Hamtramck do accurately represent diversity.
Yeah.
Other than this one, I mean, I don't
We've
see.
had 12 teams, I say this is a 12 team, we've had prior teams recommend having murals at different parts to the city, but they've never had the experience themselves, they didn't have the expertise to do themselves. This group, we have 3 people on the team that have the expertise to do it, even though they've never done it publicly, that's why we're bringing a pro in to help them. We're working with the beautification committee to bring one of their artists in to help us.
Nice.
And the other group.
Can you,
Sorry.
but I think that one kind of fits with the ideas.
So
Okay,
that one was
that's something else
created
we'll have
to basically, the tree is the tree of life, and each of the branches show different communities in Hamtramck. We have Islam, Hinduism, Bengali, Polish, Bosnian. So it's the majority communities that you see in Hamtramck, and it's something that reminds you of Hamtramck, and that's what the tree of life is there for. It shows the life and the prosperity of Hamtramck.
I like
The fleur de lis a little too TCFC. They've co-opted it.
Okay, how do we vote?
We all put it okay.
Alright, Tazia,
Oh my gosh, I'm nervous.
1, 2, or 3?
Or just
Well,
pick the,
just
just pick the one, yeah, just
pick
pick the
one.
one you want.
Sure.
Yeah,
This one, it's number 2, and this is the third one.
I would pick.
Just a little bit of insight, there are 2 male students and 1 female student that contribute to this.
Okay.
Yeah, but
The
no.
less
We like
information we know,
diversity.
the better.
We like diversity.
Yeah, see, when they
We
came to my
appreciate
office, they each said, this is mine, pick your.
Ah,
And
so
I'm
we don't-
like,
and we don't
no,
wanna know
yeah.
that.
See,
We
the
don't
less,
wanna know
the
that.
less
We don't wanna know
information, the less
Exactly.
bias, the less it's
Just the
like-
visual.
Yeah,
Just
just
the
the
Alright.
visual.
I'll go with this one.
1,
There we
okay,
go.
how about you, Mr. Bailey? 1,
There we go.
this
No.
1,
See, I don't want to do a clean sweep, and then that guy just for a person feels, like 100% confident.
Oh my
No,
God.
but yeah, this one I feel like
It has a lot of.
I feel like just in a general sense,
Yeah.
It represents
this one
Hamtramck.
represents,
I
Hamtramck.
appreciate the color
Wow.
vibrancy and diversity.
so everyone chose 1, I'm gonna choose all 3.
So let me
Well,
say
we
this,
liked all three.
No,
We're
there-
not
that's
saying-
too
there-
bad, I already
there's-
chose them.
Thayer lives at Pulaski Park, so it was his idea that brought up, and you're voting on his picture.
Oh, very good.
I feel like it's that Oz guy from the show where in the end,
So when do you start, what date do you start,
Yeah.
and how long do you think it's gonna take?
So next week, all General Motors employees are off for
July 4th.
for the whole week.
Semi-annual shutdown.
Yeah, for the annual shutdown.
Regular meetings, yeah.
And then, so we're gonna have one of the muralists prime the wall while we're working on a separate project because we're on a time crunch.
Okay.
And then we're gonna get in that same week and the week after to sketch the design on the wall and then finish painting.
A lot of that has to do when will the professional artist be available to set us up?
Okay.
Nice.
We have a list of, I think, Gary said he has about 5 or 6 artists who are eligible, but it depends upon their availability on the dates that we need to start. And our program ends the end of July, so it has to be done within the next 2 weeks.
Nice. New art.
I want to say something real quick. I love to see the program growing. I don't know if either Amber or Bob remember. I was part of the very first cohort when we they brought it to the school. So I love to see you all do that stuff.
I'll just give you an aside because you're the school board, but the GM Student Corps has 12 high school teams within the Detroit metro area, 1 high school team in Pontiac and 1 in Flint. This is our 12th year. There have been more Hamtramck high school interns hired by GM as permanent employees than any other school. 4 engineers and 1 sales and marketing account manager, so,
Nice. Well, thank you, sir.
okay.
I hope that number
Thank you
keeps
for your time.
growing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
thank
too.
you. Thank you for your time.
Alright.
Thank you guys.
Yay, new art.
Yeah.
Alright, next up, we have the Parks Conservancy, Tom Savitz.
I'm gonna need some IT help.
Yes. Are you gonna have them on there?
We have a Teams meeting active that they're already in, the guests.
Can we put up here? I mean, we have a court. Oh, you
I'm
are.
working on putting it out there.
Okay, sorry.
You're good in game.
Should be in though.
Just make sure it's coming out of the right speakers. Just putting notes talking in the meeting.
Nope. I can start talking to introduce this item while we're waiting for them if you guys want.
Sure.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. When the Hamtramck Parks Conservancy was formed about 6 years ago now, it was on behalf of the city and school district and for the purpose of executing on the Hamtramck Recreation District Plan, which includes Veterans Park and the area right outside our window here that includes Keyworth, but more specifically, the area right outside Keyworth Playfair. And that plan has been the blueprint for the organization that we've been working on for a period of time now. It's always been a very exciting plan. It kicked off with, a ton of community engagement, it got a lot of excitement, and it's been difficult to kind of, sit here and I think endure that intermediate period where we haven't seen a lot of action out here. But I think we're, getting a lot closer. So what the Conservancy's been doing over the past few months now is re-engaging with the original designers, a firm called 10 by 10, who I'm going to turn it over to in just a moment, to do some critical refinements based especially on some feedback and to reflect some important needs of the district and the athletic programs here. So what I always like to remind people is this is very complex park and recreation space, like a lot of things in Hamtramck, but just because we're constrained on space because the city and the whole community and the school district, share the space in a way that doesn't happen in a lot of communities. So I'm really excited about this plan. I mean, not only for the really cool things that, you're gonna see in it, fun pictures of, renderings of kids playing and, fancy new facilities that we all deserve. But I mean, really because of the way that it does fit into this context and will really serve, everyone in the community that we're here to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and go. So got the echo? Okay. All right, so with that, we have John and Maura from 10 by 10. They are going to present the update to the plan, do a little bit of background from the previous iterations, but mostly spend time talking about the refinements that have recently been made. And I'm really excited to move into the implementation part of this plan. So, I mean, there's a lot of fundraising to do, but in partnership between the Conservancy and the school district, it's about time to, get moving on some of the critical pieces. And we've actually got funding already for the restrooms and the fitness court. So 2 smaller pieces of the overall plan. Hopefully we'll see some dirt moving, as soon as this year. So John and Maura, I will turn it over to you.
I'm not actually sure that they can hear us right now.
That's the whole intro.
And just let them know, and then we should be able to hear them when they speak.
Probably because I have the mic off on this computer. John and Maura, can you hear us?
Yes, hi Tom.
Hi. Still getting an echo from
Yeah, so you're
this,
gonna want
but
to mute your mic again, just
Okay.
if they're gonna be
Yep.
doing the presenting.
Sounds good. So I just did the intro, but we realized you probably couldn't hear it. So we're actually ready to turn it right over to you, but I know you're teed up for it, and I'm gonna go ahead and go on mute.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, hello everyone, I'm Maura Rackcastle with 10 by 10. And we're gonna tag team this a little bit, but keep it around 15 minutes, if not earlier. We've been going at this for a while, so thank you so much for having us join me this evening. So we're very excited to provide a bit of an update on the recent work for the Recreation District Plan. And we've been focusing on the northeast area of the district, the area we call the arena. So first I will walk us through where we've been over the last several years and kind of what is grounding this recent work. And then John is going to talk through kind of the more details of the current update. So we'll start with 2020 Recreation District Plan, move into some updates we did in 2024, and then bring us to this spring. So you can go right to the next slide. So 10 by 10 has had the great fortune of working on the Hamtramck Recreation District Plan since 2020. Our work in 2020 was organized around this pretty robust engagement plan and a series of, we have 5 community touch points and 6 advisory group workshops during that 9-month design and planning process. You can go to the next slide. Through this kind of combination of focus group conversations, door-to-door surveys, and events, we have some key takeaways in the form of 3 kind of key themes and then some key design drivers. And just quickly to summarize those, the goals were to design a variety of spaces for different sizes of groups, especially women and children, focusing on gathering and play spaces for many different ages. Consider hybrid uses for recreation spaces and fields to serve more constituents in the Hamtramck neighborhood, and increase variety of sports offered. We were also looking at creating a stronger identity for the district and the park. You can go to the next slide. The advisory group during that first phase included representatives from the city, the Michigan Municipal League, Friends of Historic Hamtramck Stadium, Detroit City FC, and Hamtramck Public Schools. And these are just some images from those early workshops with this group. Go to the next slide. There were 9 shared goals from that first phase of work. I'm not going to read all of these, but I think a key part of that 2020 plan was really to establish financial sustainability alongside this really sort of robust design plan for the programs that are both there and that the community was looking to integrate. And so that implementation chapter for this plan established a very realistic and sustainable funding model, including the creation of the Parks Conservancy. So we've been really excited to come back in the last several years and work with Tom and the Conservancy to start making headway on some of these proposals from 6 years ago. Slide. So the design of that plan was anchored by 5 strategies: make a green alley to connect the 2 ends of the park and a series of trail loops, define neighborhoods to help organize spaces in the park more clearly, create living rooms for new programs, gathering spaces of different sizes along that, plant gardens to provide shade and increase the urban tree canopy and biodiversity, potential wildlife of the district, and plan a smart phase 1 to catalyze revenue generation, help the district become more self-sustainable, and provide new amenities for the community right away. Next slide. This is just overview rendering, aerial rendering of that final plan in 2020. So you can kind of see the 4 areas: the gateway, the historic stadium, the gathering place, and the arena area. Go to the next slide. So fast forward to 2024, we're brought back to the table to think a little bit more about visiting the arena plan and thinking a little bit in more detail about the green alley. So we did a series of community and stakeholder engagement events and then developed those 2 elements in more detail. So we had a series of in-person and virtual workshops with these 2 kind of distinct stakeholder groups. The arena stakeholders included Hamtramck City FC folks, the Board of Education, Cricket Academy, Michigan Cricket Association, HPC Director of Baseball Operations, City Council members, and the HPC Board. And the Green Alley stakeholders included Hamtramck Historic Museum, some residents, City Council, Piast Institute, former superintendent of the Hamtramck City Public Schools, and some city members. And the next slide kind of talk through the goals and discussion themes on this slide. These workshops really helped us to kind of assess primarily soccer and cricket needs, some of those more focused recreational needs for the arena area, and kind of test scenarios to serve those needs. So you can see these 2 test fits. We're looking at cricket and whether we could fit a regulation-sized cricket field in this space, and how it could be shared with soccer fields that have been currently proposed. And you can see kind of on the left, that lighter green color, the regulation-sized cricket field simply doesn't fit in this area, and that was what the kind of cricket advocate groups were looking for or hoping for. So we moved forward kind of at this point with a couple different ideas. So the next slide. We heard that a cricket batting cage, a set of cricket batting cages would still add a lot of value, are sort of not well represented in the district, in Hamtramck, or even citywide, so that this would be a well-used new program to integrate for cricket use here. And then we heard a lot of good information from soccer stakeholder groups about the ages and sizes for soccer that we should design into this space. You can go to the next slide. We also did another survey for this, and it helped us kind of think a little bit more about specific recreation needs, again, verifying those age groups and the sizes of soccer fields that are most desired, whether futsal is should be rethought in this particular part of the district. The playground needs, sustainability priorities, circulation and access needs, and to refine the design of the gathering areas. Next slide. With this kind of feedback from the survey, we also hosted a public event at Top Cafe. And we asked participants to kind of look at different ideas for the living room, the design of the living room elements, and the layout of the green alley. I asked folks for feedback on these two different option designs on the upper right, or the board on the right. Participants showed a lot of support for a consolidated soccer or shared soccer field, kind of option 2 on the right of that right board. They liked multi-age playgrounds. They wanted to prioritize walking and biking on the green alley. And they really liked amenities like gardens, shade, benches, and lighting. Next slide. So we took that information and started to revise that 2020 plan. You can see here just a clear update on how the green alley was revised. The layout of that shifted a little bit to fit better with existing conditions, and the revised layout for the arena. And you can see here test fitting that in a little bit more detail, stringing some of those green living rooms along it, being a little more precise and more careful at a more schematic design level to nest this proposal into existing conditions. We also looked at costing those living rooms, giving the Conservancy and the city a little bit more of a set of options for scaling up or scaling down, and maybe growing the alley and the collection of gathering spaces or the living rooms along it slowly over time. And this was the final plan from 2024. So you can see that updated or singular shared youth 14 and youth 12 soccer field in the center. We have the potential of relocating the hockey rink where it's heavily used for futsal right now to this area. Again, consolidating recreation fields in this area as much as possible. We looked at, you see the cricket batting cages nested on the east side and the right side. The green alley snaking through. We also heard more spectator opportunities around the soccer fields were needed. So we integrated those. We revised kind of the Perkinsky playground to update that, enlarge it, more play opportunities, and then nested a series of stormwater gardens and buffers to the adjacent residential houses there as well. So I think next slide. That brings us to just the updated overall plan, looking at the revised green alley refinements we had proposed, the living rooms, and the arena area update. And with that, I'll pass it to John to talk about the 2026 work we are working on.
Thanks, Laura. So yeah, kicking off, let's see, late spring, we flew to Hamtramck for an engagement with the stakeholders. We go to the next slide, please. Kicked off the meeting. We had both HPS and HPC present during the meeting and got into some very good discussions. Basically, the meeting was focused around where things were at with the arena and direct feedback in ways we can incorporate its better function and I think serve really HPS in those needs. So next slide. So one of the things that you see highlighted in white here are the big takeaways from the if we start up in the upper left, it's safer entry from Roosevelt Street, just talking about kind of the additions and moving along that parking lot. So that was a big item to look at. Also, the ability just to integrate splash pad and a skate park into this zone. More parking was heavily discussed. The idea that additional basketball courts were not needed because there was an investment already made to this existing ones. The volleyball was updated in the Veterans Park area. And then it was determined too that it's okay for the hockey arena to stay, I guess the hockey rink to stay over in Veterans Park as well. And then also we looked at opportunities to include a loop into this arena area for, training, with athletics, that kind of thing. Next slide, please. During this process too, so as we got some of those new types of uses to explore, we really go deep into testing a series of options that looked at ways that this area could be organized, primarily really around the soccer field being kind of the anchor of that, and so how we work to fit in updates to playgrounds, to a skate park, and some of those things. Ultimately, the option one, the reorient, kind of keeping the direction of see within these spaces. First and foremost, the reorientation of the field really gives optimal sun conditions. So again, nobody will be playing, depending on the time of day, nobody's going to be playing with their eyes. So, and then also to allow some of the existing program, like the Karpinski playground, and then the addition of splash pads really remain in a location that already is. Next slide, please. So again, too, we dove deep into parking, trying to figure out ways that we could maximize parking within this zone, just knowing on heavy game days how limited the parking is here. Ultimately, it was determined because of the width of the alley that you could really just add the 12 parking stalls to the existing HPS parking lot right now. So you can kind of see that. You'll also see that within plans. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned, too, this idea of a protected pedestrian entry was a big part of our discussion. So one of proposals in this update is really to take that large swath of space added, a new concrete really good, you can divide it up and add a fence buffer, which we show kind of in the green here. So then it allows pedestrians entering from Roosevelt Street to transition from the sidewalk right into that space and do that planting, while still allowing cars to enter Roosevelt Street. And then two ways to enhance the vehicular flow is to really like during certain times of the day, having that gate into the parking lot open to exit out into the alley. Next slide, please. So then here we get to the updated plan for the arena. Along, we'll step through the numbers. So really we looked at some of those containers along number one. That's really the updated pedestrian entry. Two is container restrooms. So really looking to implement and give restrooms to this area of overall park. 3 and 4, which is the green and the blue, that is an updated ski playground. That is more major play focus. We'll see that in renderings, as well as number 4, the blue integrates a splash pad into that zone. Then over on the right, the orange is where we integrate a skate park. And then yellow is as Nora kind of talks you through the parts of the green alley. Yellow is what you see is how the green alley is just way based this. I guess this while we're talking over, because I don't have glasses on. The batting cages are on the bottom in the far right. What number? Number 9. Number 9. So the reminder equals that. We can go to the next slide, please. Again, as we were talking about parking, so highlighted in orange are those 12 parking stalls that we could stitch into the edge of the existing parking lot. And then hopefully you guys can see in red too. Also just talks about the ways that parking is being closed off so that the park itself could be accessed at all times, but not allow vehicles to ever enter that. And you can kind of, it's very faint, but up in the upper right to coming up Jacob Street where the alley enters, looking at like the potential for removable dollars in that zone to also just protect the ability of cars entering into space. Next slide. The other thing too that this looks to do is integrate some sort of athletic where both the school and the team practicing there have the ability to do condition running. And so what's great about this is that 3.5 laps actually equals a mile. So you can see where we have start and finish. So it's nice that it can function very similar to just a standard track. And also to not, you can see it doesn't overlap with green alley. It really just moves adjacent. So again, allowing the uses to be connected, but not also like attack each other. That's how it is. So now we're going to dive into a series of renderings we did to kind of just visualize that design. We took more time to kind of invest in these renderings too, primarily just so that future fundraising and stuff like that, all this better fit for us. So here we're kind of on the end of the soccer pitch between Keyworth Stadium and the new field. You can kind of see moving to that space where the green alley moves to it. You have the playground, the splash pad in the background, the skate park off closer to the basketball hoops. I think one of the things you start to see here too is we strategically use planted buffers around the main soccer field. So again, while big events are happening in the field, there's a protection layer between the playground areas and skate park, basketballs, like that. Next slide, please. Here we are then looking back over that space, looking down into the Karpinski playground, the splash pad, really main, looking at the pitch. Again, you can see those nice bumpers. You see the bagging cages in the upper left. The integration of the scoreboard in the upper left as well. And two, allowing this kind of more native planting that is a no-mo with ways that you can kind of cut in there, amphitheater seating along that space. Next slide, please. And then here we are in the updated Karpinski nature playgrounds. You can see really both a larger kind of play structure that is more a traditional format that still brings in natural materials, and then some more of these kind of discovery play areas in the foreground, as you see. And then in the back, you can see splash pad integrated, and behind that, moving in the green alley are the living rooms that offer play protected kind of lounge area. Next slide, please. Also, a big part of this is the ability to move and control water. And so what this diagram here shows is ways that rain events, we've incorporated water flow. So primarily, it's like how do we get the water moving away from the field so that field is usable, on those days where it rains. Same thing within like the green alley. How do we move water off those alleys and bring them into spaces? While also doing, having a sustainable way, not impacting the city's water infrastructure as well too. So, next slide, please. Just briefly here, this is an overlay. It's probably really faint for you guys with the projector. This is the white lines are basically just overlaying the updated design to current existing conditions. Next slide. Also here, basically just diagramming the ability for that central field to also be able to convert into, a football field, practicing, play football, all those other types of programs. Next slide, please. Here, again, it's more kind of, start ended with that too. It's important for us to stitch back into the greater kind of whole vision for this space. See how the arena, the green alley really connects through the space. And then next slide. And then we'll end here with this axon of the space. So really, I think this does a really helpful job of just showing how Keyworth Stadium and the new soccer pitch, but also all these fun new programs along the edges of the pitches all tie into this space. You can also see the new parking and the green protected pedestrian entry to the space proposed building. That, I think we can maybe have time to open up for a few questions. I know you guys are going long, so it's really what your guys' appetite is, but we're here.
Thanks, John.
Any questions then?
Seems pretty
Looks
strict.
good,
Yeah.
I'm excited.
looks excellent.
You're still on mute.
When can we start the
Same
work?
years.
Yeah, I was gonna say dates,
What's the
everything,
projected
everything
timeline?
estimated.
What's the projected timeline? Yeah.
Projected timeline, that doesn't exist. I can tell you that I'm gonna carry this packet around in my back pocket, and everybody that I meet, I'm gonna try to shake them down for some money. I do have a good bead on an early grant from the National Park Service. Like there are some grants out there that fund hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for full park redevelopments. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up too much.
No.
This certainly could be a very phased approach. We're certainly going to work with our existing funders. I mean, the purpose to get us to this point was to be able to take us to the next step, and so I want them to be a part of the mix. Is that feedback? Okay. So I would love to come back sometime soon and provide an update. After having gotten past this juncture of, sort of a concept plan, we can use this. We did do a little bit of cost estimating on this too. That wasn't included in this particular scope of work. The 2024 estimate was kind of in the $2.5 million range, to give you a sense. Everything goes up, but I mean, I think this is a really creative use of space. I don't think it's, too extravagant. I mean, we could have had, $1 million in concrete just for the skate park if you want to get one of those really elaborate things. But I think this is reasonable. It serves all the stakeholders, as I mentioned. So I'm gonna get to work on it, and can't wait to work with you guys.
I think the start of it is having the fitness court going. That's
Fitness
next.
court and restroom.
Those are
Same.
already here. Just need to be installed, correct?
Is 02 is the restroom?
Number 2 is the
Yeah.
restroom.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's
Yep.
two, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, kind of right at the entrance.
It's kind of nestled in the corner.
It's like right where we at?
We're
Right
Like-
over there.
Can we show it on
There-
like
Three of the
floor?
gate is right now.
Number 2.
But I can't see it, it's too
Oh,
small.
that's right. It's right.
Okay, it's right there. Okay, perfect,
So
thank
the
you.
fitness
Thank
court
you.
and restaurants, those can be installed this year, correct? Okay.
They need to for their funding.
Gotcha.
So we gotta get that.
Yeah, so I would say, the HPC is partnership with the parks, the city, the schools. Our recreation millage fits in perfect with this, where,
Right.
just supporting having, this design
Yeah.
is ideal with the recreation millage and the partnership. So,
Good time.
Yeah.
yep, it is perfect. Thank you.
It's nice that things work out.
And Tom, isn't there a bike ride tomorrow night?
I would love to advertise our bike rides tomorrow night. Community bike rides are every 4th Friday of the month, sponsored by the Parks Conservancy, and at
change
6
the day?
p.m.
We
Gather
change the
in.
day here and there every month.
No, I think it's always fourth
Friday
Friday.
is bad for some people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It'd be
well,
nice if you can alternate other days.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take that into
Because I got feedback from community.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of fun, and it's for ages 14 and up. It starts at Veterans Park in the parking lot off of Dan Street. It ends there too. It'll be about a 6-mile ride. It'll take you through some Detroit neighborhoods and fun points of interest.
And you can get a bike too, right?
If you need a bike, you do need to call us ahead of time or get in touch with us. But yeah, we're getting bikes for people who don't have to.
There we go.
Nice.
Thanks for that. All right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Tony Coral. Come on up.
And Val Perry. I don't want to leave her out.
Climate and culture survey presentation. There you go.
So it's already been a long night. I hope you have your sleeping bags, because we have, actually, we won't use every single word. But
Go ahead, no problem.
we will, I'm trying to figure out how we're. Noah, can you put that up? I think she just shared it.
Just share it out, Cal.
So while Noah is expertly sorting this out technologically speaking, I'm tired.
Is that what that is?
Yes, that's what that is. Oh, we gotta go back to, you don't have control.
I don't have control?
Not over this thing.
Are you sure?
I think, no, are you controller or do we?
105 slides.
All right, then.
Am I not allowed to have control?
No,
What?
you have no control.
You don't.
You giggled back there.
I'm so sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, there are 200 slides, but there were 200 slides last time,
200
and I
slides?
promise you, look, you did the exact same thing, that was the biggest, that last time was the biggest reaction we got, was the number of slides. And not the information that we shared with you. We are not going to do all 200 slides, I promise you that, because it is 9:04, and I would like to sleep before midnight. Okay, so
We got a
just a
game
little.
tonight. We still got a game tonight to watch. USA's playing. So we're not.
Oh, on the West Coast, yeah. Well, you know,
So as long
look,
as you
y'all
get-
were
get
in
out of
closed
here,
session
yeah.
for 2 hours. You set that time frame. Okay, so we did one of these in the fall. We've done one in the spring. It is, and we're learning a lot. We are not statisticians, but we do want to ask some questions of our staff, because this has been an ongoing issue and it remains an ongoing issue. So Noah, if we can, I'll tell you, just go, these are some of the folks who helped work on this. And we can skip the introduction. We will go through it really quickly. Our objectives really is, one, to give you guys feedback about structural things that are going on here. And then, of course, it's going to inform us as we move forward. I'll just say it, in contract negotiations, where we see problems, we need to resolve them. Because you can't keep good people if there are continual morale problems. People don't, what's the saying? People don't leave jobs, they leave bad bosses. Or something along that line. Okay, go ahead, Noah. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go. Just skip the next couple. Seriously, we're gonna slide through, go through this really quickly, keep going.
Stop at 13, Noah.
20?
13. So, the survey is a combination of people ranking from seriously not agreeing to agreeing completely. And then there's also a spot after each question for people to provide comments that help explain and help us understand why they ranked either their principal or the superintendent and district administration the way they did. There are links there to individual documents for each of those, and each of those documents has comments about each of those buildings about district administration and about their building administration. There's a lot of very informative things there happening. Go ahead. Keep going. So, this is things that are going well. Now, I do want to preface this by saying that in the fall, we had 123 respondents, and this spring, we only had 92. 91?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 30, more than 30 people less than in the fall, and that affects the way some of this goes, right? I'm a simple English teacher, but even I get that math. But 32% of all respondents believe that district administration appreciates and understands the challenges that educators face on the job. That's an 18%. That's 18% better than the fall. It's still significantly under 50%, and I'm sure where any of us would want that to be. 10% of all respondents believe that district policies and procedures are changed and implemented after staff input. That's 3% better. Those are the biggest jumps. All right, we'll go probably through the district ones most closely. Again, just to save time. So questions that we ask, the very first question is if the district administrators appreciate and understand the challenges that we face. And you can see that again, a strong majority of folks strongly disagree. But unlike the fall, 5 people strongly agree. So that's a plus. That's a plus. Okay, no, next. District administration responds in a timely manner when I email about a question or concern. We can see a big increase in neutral. There are obviously a lot of people who might not have to email district administration. We have, 300 some employees within our bargaining unit, and not all of them have to email anybody beyond their own building administration. And so we have a lot of neutrals there, but again, the numbers still skew very much to disagree. Noah? Concerns are handled in an effective and efficient manner. We get lots of strongly disagrees here. We can see there's a big jump here from the fall to the spring.
When you look at the document, you'll see in the comments what the growth or decline has been, depending on the category, so you'll be able to see the statistical data there.
District is wisely spending funds and avoiding unnecessary expenditures. Well, people don't agree. District provides relevant and interesting professional development opportunities for all staff. We are very strongly still in the disagree, but we have some more agree and neutral here. District initiatives are rolled out in a manner that respects educators' personal time. Again, we are still strongly in the disagree area. Policies and procedures are changed and implemented after staff input. We see a decline. We see a decline here in the strongly and the disagree categories. We see a decline in the neutral. We see some improvement under just agree. There have been times where people know and people have been asked, you know, where there are some committees that have been created. So there's a plus there. Changes in policies and procedures are clearly shared with staff in a timely manner. They're still pretty strongly negative or very strongly neutral. District is headed in the right direction. A lot of neutral in the fall. More people seem to take a stand here in the spring, and we're still overwhelmingly in the disagree. Staff retention is a priority for the district. Again, still disagreeing. Okay, so I just want to, we're going to do one of the building administrators, just so you see, again, because I want to respect time. We don't want to be here forever, and apparently you guys have a football game you want to watch.
27. Canada played yesterday.
Oh, good. We lost.
I know.
Okay. All right. So you will see slides where you get a star and it says 100% agree, and these are in the positives. So as you move through on your own, the slides for the principals and the assistant principals, when you see that, that's where we're doing well. Go ahead, Noah. These are, whoops, are we out of order here somewhere?
No, we just had the commentary about the VPs before we started.
Oh, okay. Is there a slide for the questions for the principals though?
It's the same questions.
Oh, okay, pretty much the same questions. No, it's not. No, it's not. Clearly define the role.
Yeah.
So.
I think it got misplaced.
Got misplaced. So what is that?
These are.
Oh, got misplaced. So even we got confused with all 200 slides.
It's two back. The ones for the principals are two back.
Go back two.
Well, no, it was go forward one. One again. No, I guess so.
No,
okay.
No. Anyway,
I'm out.
so let's go through. Keep going. So our recommendations are going to be the exact same thing we left here in the fall, right? And kind of much of it didn't happen, right? I don't know what kind of conversations happened with staff that provided very positive feedback about their highly rated principals and vice principals. I don't know that the district has a sense of what those principals are doing that get them highly rated. I don't know. I kind of don't think those conversations happened. What about the staff at the other buildings? What is going well? What can we build on? And what can be done to improve morale? I'm pretty certain those didn't happen. And I have asked for this umpteen times. A robust condemnation of retaliation. Because people will unleash on these surveys, but they will not speak up for themselves, and they won't even help us enforce the contract. The legal document that you all have signed and that you all are obliged to live within to make sure that conditions are good and that people are treated fairly within the confines of the contract. Because they are scared of retaliation in all the little dumb ways that people can be retaliating. It's just like terse little comments, We make sure that maybe I don't take that kid out of your room who's giving you a hard time. All these things happen. And this board has remained silent despite the many times I have asked you. You could fix that tonight. And this also did not happen. Every single administrator, building and central office, substitutes once a month. Now, aside from getting a sense of what's going on in the buildings, it would save the district money. We would not be paying substitutes who, quite frankly, all too often are sitting at a desk looking at their phone. Do not ask the teachers about how substitutes work in this district. It's not pretty. Go ahead, Noah. So let's go through. Can you find me the slide where it has the list of principals and the percentage? And then we'll find out. So I just want to go through. So these are the questions, right? The first question we ask about building principals, and these, by the way, these folks are in the same order as they were in the fall. Okay? We ask if they prioritize workplace physical safety. And we can see this is a principal who struggled in the fall and continues to struggle. Whether they, go ahead, Noah. Handle student discipline consistently. Now we got a lot of neutrals in this one. Go ahead, Noah. Demonstrates respect for all students. And that is something we pointed out last time was a positive. Right, but that still number in the fall only came in at 60%. Go ahead, Noah. Principal demonstrates concern for staff mental well-being and work-life balance. We see this one's doing better than some of the others, that's for sure. Principal has reasonable expectation for what tasks can be accomplished in a requested time frame. Go ahead, Noah. Principal actively builds a culture of gratitude and recognition for both staff and students. My principal prioritizes building a collaborative, unified staff. Seeks feedback from a wide variety of staff beyond the identified leadership team. Open to unsolicited feedback or concerns. That's a hard thing to do as a leader, but it's what you got to do. You signed up for the job. Building meetings, which the district fought heavily to have far more in the contract, have been so far been well organized and provide staff with information that could have only been conveyed in staff meetings. This one's kind of even across the board, which means at least one or two of those meetings could have been an email. My colleague and I receive information about building events from my principal in time to plan. Provide me with my schedule and enough time to plan. Respects the contract and reaches out to the union on issues impacted by the contract. We can see this one's doing pretty good. I can tell you, having looked at the numbers, not all of them have. Some of them, it's hard to imagine that they even know that the contract exists. And planning, so this was from the beginning, we just asked the same question. I don't know that we would do that again in the fall, have this same question, both in the fall and the spring. But again, people are neutral because it's been a long time. Good. All right, is there?
Slide 31, please.
Wait. 31? Back to the beginning of the principal.
31?
Yes.
Really?
Oh, you have to refresh.
Oh.
I moved to a slide.
Sorry.
Just one above.
Oh.
Here it is.
So what I can tell you, again, these are in the same order as they were in the fall, and there's not a whole lot of movement, right? Principal A and Principal B were in this same area. Principal C had the exact same percentage of positive ratings as they did in the fall. Principal D was in that same area as was Principal E. Principal F only had 4 respondents this spring, so these numbers really are almost meaningless, to be honest. Principal G moved up 1 whole percentage from 20 to 21. And those are comments you should really read. And then principal H is 49%, which is, I think, a little better than they did in the fall. Okay? So we're not going to go through again because I want to respect our time. I want to know if you have any questions, because last time you didn't ask any. All of you know how to get a hold of me, except for maybe you. So feel free to ask. But
So you said, how
ahead.
many respondents did you say that you had in the spring versus the fall?
We had
123 in this fall, and we had 91 in the spring.
Okay, what's the reason for the big gap?
The teachers were overwhelmed.
Yeah, teachers overwhelmed, right?
They didn't have the time to do the survey. I'm the one that took the information and disaggregated all the data and put it on the slides first, but like, you'll see that what I tried to do with it is I only looked at the percentages, not the numbers. So when you look at it, you'll see what percentage based on those. I did all the math, so if you look at the comment box, what you'll see is, even though there might be a disparity, it's only the percentages based on the numbers of the people that answered.
Okay.
That's good, thank you. Yeah.
So this is 123 out of how many, 300?
Well, there are 240 teachers, and then we've got about 60
Probably
paraprofessionals,
about, it's around 80 or 90.
so over 300.
Over 300.
So, for each building, I guess, would you know off the top of your head, like, the ratios? Kind of like, was it, 70 in the high school and then 5 from each building, but just exemplary?
Yeah, no.
Or is
really.
it kind of like an even number of
It
teachers at each
depended on the
school?
schools. Like
Okay.
certain schools were very prolific about responding both times, and others just didn't seem to have the same
See,
energy.
I would guess that would be like the high achieving principals and the low achieving principals. Their people would have a big opinion, and the people in the middle would be like,
What I'd say, I would normally agree with you, but I'm not sure that it entirely worked out. We didn't get 50% respondents at either building, none of them, right? I don't think. No.
Some of the schools had
close.
Let's take a look.
What I found where the principals are, let's say, low rating, there were a lot more comments there.
right.
A lot of comments, people trying to tell their stories, and their experiences, because that's where the value is.
Well, I want to thank you for doing this though, because we don't get insight, and so I myself am going to pick through the whole thing and have a good look at what everyone has to say.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. You were looking for something, is it relevant or?
I don't think so,
Okay.
but if you want, you could email me that question on the tech coach. So I'll take a look at that and give you the numbers if you
Okay.
want.
Okay, thank you.
Anything
Thank
else?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I had a question, but I don't know who necessarily can answer this question. So obviously this is my first time seeing the ratings, right? But if these numbers are similar to what was in the fall, and the principals are governed by superintendent, right? Then it's like, or not governed, but like the
That's the-
liaison.
Executive Director of Student Achievement is
Oh,
over the
okay.
principal.
So, what, like, or maybe the board knows, or or you all know, like, what steps were taken after the fall? Like, whoever was, supposed to be, after getting this feedback was supposed to work
Act on it?
Yeah, act on it. Like who was?
I'll tell you what I did. I sent an email to all of the principals and all the assistant principals, offering to sit down and go over the information with them. And I gave, I printed up whoever wanted. Principal A, Principal C, matter of fact, Principal A, it's like the very next day, asked me, I want to sit down, and one of the assistant principals the very next day asked me. Principal B did ask me, but we had to cancel and we never quite connected again. Principal C and I chatted, Principal D and I chatted. Principal E and I were supposed to chat, but I think they felt less concerned, like that person feels like they're doing pretty well. Principal F had a few more respondents last time and said, well, just send me the data. I said, no, it comes with a conversation. They said, forget it. Principal G said nothing, and Principal H said nothing. So, and I don't know from, I don't know from the administrative side what happened.
We met.
We met very briefly. We didn't really go into as much detail as I would have liked.
What did you say again? The success, right? The position name that you said that.
Executive Director and Student Achievement. Yeah, there she's over the principal.
Okay, other questions?
No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, the board does support the grievance process. And retaliation is not welcome in our district.
Thank you.
Alright, I heard you call for recess?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess since it's nice and cold here.
The air thing?
Yeah, the air kicked on.
Next up, we have our food service, complete variety food service.
So sorry.
Whoa.
I was in a rush to get back. Sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So my name is Tara Nichols. I'm the Director of Operations for Variety Food Services. This is Matt Barron. He's the Senior General Manager of Training and Operations for Variety.
Nice to meet everybody.
First, I want to say thank you. Thank you. First, I want to say thank you for welcoming us to speak. I understand last month at the board meeting there was a lot of allegations that were said, some of the discrimination, things that we take very, very seriously in Variety Food Services. So again, we thank you for giving us this time to talk to you. We want to take you through a few different areas of food service. We really want to start with the good that's happened. There's been a lot of great things that's happened in this food service program this school year that we want to share with you. Then we'll move into the obstacles. First year contract, there's going to be obstacles. We want to make sure you hear what those obstacles were. And then to finish it off, Matt's going to share what we're doing next year. We're a lot of exciting things that we're excited for moving into the next school year. Go ahead to the next slide. Next slide, please. So the biggest thing that I'm proud of with the things that we have done this year in the food service program is the amount of scratch cooking that we have done. A lot of the things that I was hearing coming into this was a lot of stuff is prepackaged or just reheated. So bringing fresh cooked items to these kitchens was something that was very, very high on my priority list. And we'll continue to work on and continue growing and developing. A few of the items that you'll see on the lunch menu is falafel. That's the picture on the right. The team did an amazing job making those. Our taco meats from scratch, our barbecue meatloaf, the General Style meatball grain bowl, Indian butter rice chicken bowl, which is, I believe, the student favorite, and homemade ranch, which may sound silly, but to be able to give a student a homemade ranch instead of a cheap ranch packet it's impactful. Remember when I first started, I was going around each building, and I recall 4 times where I was stopped and asked, what am I doing to fix breakfast? I'm like, well, what's wrong with breakfast? But from my understanding, it was a lot of pre-packaged items and cold items that were being served. And so that was one of my first big initiatives, was to incorporate more out of the package items for our breakfast menu. And at the bottom, you'll see that's exactly what the menu is. It's a lot of eggs, potatoes. We got a couple days with halal turkey bacon on it. There's only a couple of things on the menu that are pre-wrapped. I'm really proud of the improvements that we've made for breakfast this school year, and something that we'll continue to build off of. This number was as of May. I believe we're officially at that 500,000 mark. This is a big accomplishment, serving 500,000 Hamtramck students this school year. We are big in celebrating all the fun that can come in the school program. We did National School Lunch Week the first semester. The second one is National School Breakfast Week. This week actually landed during Ramadan, so we pushed it off just a little bit so everyone could have a fair chance to participate. Brought in a few new items for the students to try. 2 of the favorites were the smoothies, an orange smoothie and a purple smoothie. The kids really enjoyed. And the caramel apple breakfast pudding, which is a very, very labor-intensive menu item to produce, which has only been at the high school. We did it across the entire district and got raving reviews everywhere. Finally, a la carte was launched at the high school. Again, it was a bit of a delay getting this going because of the POS system issue. So once we got those in-house, we were ready to go. And again, it was another situation of once we were ready, it was the first week of Ramadan, and we did not feel good about starting that when most of our student population was unable to participate. So we did push it off, and we launched it the first day students returned from Ramadan. This slide has changed a little bit since I originally built it. I'll start off with the top. The standard food service industry turnover rate is anywhere between 75% to over 100%. I've been in school food service for about 14 years now. I have always experienced the turnover rate in that range, 75% to over 100. There was a year where I had a complete loss of the entire team and had to turn and replace everyone. I am extremely proud to say that, well, at the time this was made a few weeks ago, it was 15%. Right now, we're just over 20%. We had to part ways with a few other employees, different reasons for these changes. I think overall it's about 12 people who we've lost altogether, some being terminated, some who have resigned. Those reasons was an assault threat, product and cash theft, time theft, and performance. A positive note about that last slide I want to touch on real quick is that we also have had 5 internal promotions. 4 people who were promoted to a team lead and 1 who was promoted to catering captain. We learned that we have a lot of really great talent within our teams. We had a few really great caterings. We had a lot of caterings, but 3 that really stood out this year. Well, the first one is the health hike. Pius Institute reached out wanting us to provide the food they shared in the past. There was a lot of food waste that they weren't happy with. They wanted ideas on how to reduce food waste, and understanding what was being served last year, it was sack lunches. Understand, hey, this is a health hike. I really wanted to blend into what the event was. We matched the food to the theme. So we had flavored water station set up, that top left picture. Anyone could come up and pick out a different flavored water. Kids had a blast with it, mixing, matching, tasting them. We did hummus cups with vegetables, freshly blended smoothies that we actually blended, and then peanut butter protein bites. And I've heard nothing but raving things about the event. You got a nice little thank you card from the Pius Institute. The honors breakfast for Dickinson West, we served, what was it, 450 we prepared for. Some pictures from that. That went over very, very well. There was an entire hotline that I failed to get a picture of. But that also went very well. And I think this was my favorite, which was the end of your picnic. We prepared a full spread, pulled beef, hot dogs, burgers, all sorts of different sides, and Bruce was wonderful and actually came up and helped run the grill for us. So it was a great event, and we really enjoyed ending the year off this way. Okay, now the good stuff. Student feedback. So we had a survey running for the majority of the school year. This is a good that you're seeing here. I pulled out of all the responses I got. I pulled for the good comments. I pulled just the most informative ones that I could find out of all the comments that we received. A lot of the things that we were seeing is the kids love the butter chicken. They like the burgers, the deli, some of the new things that we tried, which was a ramen bar, some mac and cheese bites, all great things that the students were really enjoying. So we knew, hey, let's make sure we keep these in rotation on the menu. Now for the one that we all really want to see is the negative feedback. What are the kids not liking? What do we need to change? So as you're looking at this, we're going to go through a few of them, and you'll see that we made these changes on the menu immediately. We're actively watching the survey responses, saying what do they like, what do they not like, and we're making those changes in real time. So a lot of it was they like the butter chicken, so incorporating that more often. Chicken wings, I could not believe how many of our students wanted chicken wings, and so that was something that we incorporated very quickly. Elementary kids get a boneless wing. High school, middle school, we're getting a bone-in wing. They were loving it, and been very, very happy that it's been on the menu since. And they asked for more sandwich lines, and some wanted more variety. And a couple of responses that I saw was complaints on sugary breakfast. And I think you'll be able to see back at the beginning of the slides that we made those changes very quickly to get rid of all those sugary packaged breakfast items and replace it with scratch food.
I like 11.
11, yeah, they have a lot of faith in us. Nothing, I want you to fix the grading system. I wish, but.
To work.
So let's move on to our obstacles because we know we had them. The first one I want to talk on is the team development. We came in and there's a huge language barrier between the leadership, me and Matt, and the rest of the team. We estimate we don't have clear communication with probably about 75% of our staff, 75% of our staff. Meaning that we have a hard time training, communicating, discussing issues, and it's a real problem. We have some innovative ways that we're trying to combat this and improve the communication, which Matt will share once he gets to the focusing forward stages. Another thing that we experience is untrained teams, great people, great teams. However, a lot of food safety issues, compliance issues that we were seeing that we knew we had to get fixed, and a lot of information gatekeepers. A lot of people have been here at this district a long time, but just would not give us the information. So it was unfortunate, a lot of figure it out for us. Another problem that we had was the stabilization of leadership. As you all know, I came in here as a food service director. We turned over a couple of chefs, another general manager, until we found the right person, someone I've worked with in the past, Matt, who is now our senior general manager, and we have Rachel Woods, who is our assistant general manager. Both who have worked in schools, have a strong passion for feeding and serving students. There are some positions that we're still working on backfilling that will be filled up over the summer. The program growth, there's some areas I wasn't thrilled with how it developed over the school year. A la carte being one, it took a long time to get a la carte started. Big problem, but the major problem with that was the POS systems. We got it done at the high school. However, KMS is our next big focus. So our goal is to have them functioning with the full a la carte line within a couple of weeks of the new school year. Same with menu development at KMS. I want those students to have similar options of what our high school students have. So we'll be putting a lot of focus on our middle school menu going forward. And fresh focus items district-wide. A lot of what we saw on the student survey was requests for more healthy options. We were able to make a lot of those changes, incorporating salads and wraps into the menu, but I was just shocked by how many students really wanted more healthy options. And so that's something we love and we want to feed into, and we're absolutely going to make sure we incorporate more of that on our menus going forward. Compliance. So I fully expect that we are going to have an audit next year, this coming school year. We're due for one. It's called administrative review. They go into every single thing within food service, from finance to operations to how we serve students, reimbursable meals. It's a lot. And so our focus is making sure we are running a fully compliant program. One of the problems that we had that we got a lot of backlash for was catering. We were charging for catering and we were getting pushback on, well, why are you charging us? Well, we have to charge. It's not something I don't want to charge. I would rather give it to you free, but I can't. And so we were having to charge for catering, which we got a lot of pushback on, a lot of angry folks for us having to charge. Also, when we first started, I learned that there was some history of overclaiming. I know that was a word that we heard at the last board meeting. The first few weeks of school service, I was sending food out, I'm building pull sheets, and I'm looking at the counts that I'm getting back, the amount of students are actually getting food versus what I'm sending. Like, there's a discrepancy here, there's something that's not right. So there's a lot of conversation and understanding that there has been a history of intentional overclaiming that we needed to correct. The other thing is food safety knowledge. A quick story on this. We were cooking in the kitchen, we asked, hey, please fill this pan of broccoli halfway with water. The employee went, got her cup, filled it with water, dumped it in there. Like, oh, that's not okay. We can't do that. So there's a lot of gaps in food safety knowledge that we're working on correcting now. Matt's working on getting some serve safe training, which is something that all of our managers should have to ensure that our kitchens are operating safely. Reimbursable meals is the biggest thing an auditor will look for. They will stand there at our point of sale and watch every single tray that goes by, and they will make sure that every single tray is a reimbursable meal. If we do serve a non-reimbursable meal, they can actually come back and take away some of our funding for the school year. And then recipes and nutritional adherence. It's been a very real challenge of having everyone follow recipes. It's been a lot of, well, this is how we do it at home. I understand, but we can't do it how we do it at home. We have to follow recipes and we have to make sure that everything is nutritionally balanced for MD regulations. Some other issues that we had, which is not horribly uncommon, it did cause some additional strain on our department over the school year. Communication, we really need about 2 weeks of notice to get sack lunch orders placed and delivered to the schools. We were getting sometimes a day, maybe, sometimes day of. Fortunately, me and Matt, we come from school food service, so we know, hey, when the peak times are for field trips and events where sack lunches are needed. So we made the call to, hey, let's go and bring the product in. And we were fortunately able to serve every single sack lunch request that came in, so we didn't have to design a single one. Same thing with catering. Catering's requesting a couple weeks notice. That wasn't quite followed this year. Made accommodations for most of them. Unfortunately, there were a couple that we were unable to tend to. Some schedule changes, just very last minute changes to the lunch schedule that kind of threw us for a loop. I mean, giving 30 minutes notice that kids are going to be coming early, which is not the end of the world, but the high school is a big challenge because that's the central hub where all the activity happens, or most of the activity for the other schools. So knowing those things ahead of time is important for us. And same thing with field trips. It's not necessarily just sack lunches. It's, hey, we have 75% of our kids are gone. We need to know that so we don't prepare the food. Last thing you want is throwing food away. Breaks our hearts throwing food away. So just improving that communication next year is going to be a big focus. A few other loops that we were thrown our way this year is Holbrook. Their kitchen is hopefully being fully renovated and be ready to go soon, but halfway through the school year we did have to relocate outside of the kitchen. And then teacher meals, it's an MDE requirement that we charge teacher meals. I wish I could give teachers food for free, I really do, but we can't. That will be something very big that will come up on that administrative review. Fortunately, teachers do have to pay for their food. And then a la carte obstacles, I touched on that a bit, but it was hard getting that going because of the POS situation. We didn't have the POSs everywhere, and then we're getting a lot of pushback on compliant pricing, on pricing for the food. They're feeling we were scamming them, which we weren't. Everything we were at the bare minimum of what we were able to charge based off of what MD requires. Okay, now let's talk about the good stuff. I'm gonna hand it over to Matt.
Okay. So looking forward to next school year. So team development and growth is a huge focus for us. Not only this summer as we're going through summer feeding, but also looking forward to next school year. So as Tara had mentioned, so some of the communication was a big struggle for us this year. And I think a lot of that was our team members are very prideful. They're very prideful. One individual on our team at the high school told me, like, do not translate anything for me. I'm getting my GED this summer. I do not want anything translated. I need to understand it. And as much as I appreciate that, and it gives me so much joy to hear that, it's my job to make sure that everybody understands the expectations, the compliance, the safety. So we're investing in getting AI earbuds that will translate documents, recipes, signage, things like that we can have one-on-one conversations with our team members. So if somebody might be struggling in an area of understanding a recipe, understanding reimbursable meals, we can utilize these earpieces, and they will translate everything in real time into their native language to help overcome that language barrier. We'll be rolling out an Employee of the Month program. So this is something I'm very excited to launch to the rest of the team this summer, but also into next school year, because we really do have an amazing team with us. Just the amount of work that has gone into developing the team at the high school in the few months I've been here at Hamtramck, I've really seen it pay off just in this summer, just in these few weeks of summer school, and just the overall appreciation from the team of just understanding and gaining that confidence to do their jobs every day. So we want to reward them even further by rolling out an Employee of the Month program, where we're really going to recognize our team. And it's not just something that Rachel and myself will be choosing employees. We want to have these meetings with the district or the kitchen managers when we have our weekly meetings, where we have nominations and we all vote. So we all share the good that's going on in our district. And it's not just, hey, Matt and Rachel think that Tara's doing really great, so we want to make her Employee of the Month. Like, we want input from all of our schools. Another exciting opportunity and training opportunity that we have coming is SHIELD training, which will be taking place in the district on August 28th. And board members, if you are available, please join us for that. So this is going to help us recognize early warning signs of trouble in the cafeteria, managing personal emotional responses, effective communication techniques, and then safe response strategies. Our overall goal is to empower food service staff with practical and easy strategies to confidently handle difficult interactions. I know our high school students, especially toward the end of the year, they are very ready to be out for the summer, and that's where we do see a lot of our big personalities. Students that want to come through and they just want to walk through the line because they don't want lunch. They want to take a juice without understanding the whys behind it, the nutritional standards behind it. So we want to be able to have this training for our food service team, but also district staff as a whole, so we can work collaboratively, so that way we can still make sure that our students are being treated with the utmost respect, and that we're seeing and identifying these situations long before they happen, and we can help just work collaboratively to make lunchtime, breakfast time flow much more smoothly. Serve safe training for managers. So food safety is something that I take very, very seriously. I am a certified serve safe food handler instructor, as well as a serve safe manager proctor. So I will be putting all of these kitchen managers through the serve safe manager training program this summer. And then in my back to school training, I will be doing a full serve safe food handlers program for all staff members. So serve safe food safety is something we take very, very seriously, and we'll definitely be seeing that this summer with all of the training that's going to go in. And then with our back to school training for compliance, as Tara mentioned, we are expecting an administrative review this year. So there will be a lot of training on compliance with production records, CEP sheets, reimbursable meals, offer versus serve. I'm building a lot of operating procedures to accompany this, a lot of translated documents for our team members, and this is going to be a topic that we revisit every time I step into a school. So again, focusing forward, our biggest goal is making sure that we continue to run a compliant school lunch program. We are anticipating that administrative review next year. Food safety again, all managers, my goal is to have all kitchen managers serve safe, certified in the food manager protection program no later than October. And I'm actually working through getting a lot of them scheduled into the training this summer. So if I can beat that goal, that is my goal. And then we're also we are getting some new equipment for the 26-27 school year. So for the last 5 years, there had been unused funds that just they weren't being used, and it kept growing to eventually it was right around $500,000 that had to be spent. MDE stepped in and said, hey, if you guys don't spend this money, we're going to start reducing your funding. So we worked with Jim and Bruce. Huge shout out to Jim and Bruce. They got some equipment consultants out. They helped walk through our facilities. They looked at what our operation looks like as a whole. So they were able to help us pick the right equipment that's going to help us elevate our program, but also maximize the space that we have. So we're very, very excited to see this new equipment coming this summer and starting off in September on a very high note. And then overall, it's just building a student-focused food program. And I want to do this through surveys. I have reached out, actually Jim and I had talked about coming to talk to some of the high schoolers when he visits. I reached out to the head of the student council at the high school to come do some of those sit downs with the teams, just surveys we're going to use. In my previous districts I've worked in, I've met with elementary students. I plan to do that next school year as well. One thing that I'm very excited about is a mini food show that I'm going to put on at KMS this summer. Just like any food show that you would go to, where we're going to have different booths set up, different menu items. We're going to do some taste testing, some future menu items that we're going to see on the menu next year. I want to make sure I roll out. I have a few samples coming in from like different types of pizza, stuffed crust pizza, deep dish pizza. Just a lot of fun that I want to get out there and get feedback from the students so I can incorporate that into the menu. One thing that Tara had touched on was the overwhelming positive response from the wings. One thing that I'm looking forward to next year is hosting a Wing Wednesday. So everybody likes wings. Let's do a wing bar on Wednesdays. Let's make it fun. Flavors of the month. Just different things to get the kids into school food, and then just continued menu innovation and elevation.
Thank you. So that wraps it up.
Thank you.
Try something quick for you.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions that we can answer?
No, but
Sir, you said only the manager will have it?
So the site leads, the kitchen managers, they will have the Serve Safe Food Protection Manager, and then the hourly team members, drivers, we're going to go through the food handler program as well. So the kitchen managers will be Serve Safe Manager certified, which is also a requirement of the health department, and then I'm also going to be doing the food handlers training with all team members.
I'm in that district, that's why I ask you, because I do get my employees get the serve, not the serve manager, which is it's $15 for each one, and then they take the class, and then after they complete the class, they take a quiz, and then they get certified. Have you thought about it? So you have a knowledge of your employees of handling the food and the cold and hot.
and I think that's what he's gonna do, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's-
yeah.
yeah,
So the kitchen managers will go through the
The
outline
manager
course.
is different from.
They're gonna managers and serve safe for the other employees is what he
Yeah,
does.
so all employees will go through Serve Safe training,
Right.
and then we'll hold a manager certificate and then a food handler certificate.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah, we'll be walking to schools and asking for certificates.
absolutely.
Please do.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So the first one maybe is a real quick one. Is the training that you mentioned, is that like brand new to this staff or have any of them like done it before? Do you guys know?
Training for like the food
Like
safety.
the
training?
serve safe and cross country.
We had so I'll answer this. We had a other company for 16 years in the district. I don't think we ever had that. This is a new company that just started a year ago, and they're implementing as they go. This new stuff.
No, those are important things.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Second question, this is a little bit of a quick harder one. Do you guys feel that as being like in like higher management positions in variety, do you feel that like your team are able to come to you with concerns?
I will very confidently say yes. So many of our team members reach out to me, sometimes 3 a.m, with problems or questions, concerns that they have. I do feel very comfortable that they do believe that's an open door policy. Even in our handbook, anyone can go to the CEO of Variety and go knock on their door and ask to come have a conversation, and that conversation will happen. But I'm very confident that is a policy, not necessarily a policy, but a culture that we have established.
And the very last one, I know you all said that there was a lot like surplus funds used, and you all worked together, like Bruce and Jim, to figure out what to use on new equipment. Does that extend to like, is it just like equipment, or does that extend to like the cafeteria?
Anything food service, so those funds can be technically used anything food service related. So it's what we purchased was all equipment. It could be for other things food service related, but in this situation we stuck with equipment.
At the start of the year, we bought a lot of tables because we started serving breakfast in the cafeteria. So we upgraded tables. I'm pretty sure it was at DW, maybe Dickinson East. I can't remember all. I actually have the receipts because we were looking at all the equipment that we bought this spring.
Yeah, I was asking that because I had stopped by Dickinson East at an event, and I was seeing like the different, like I was seeing upgraded tables, and then I was seeing not upgraded tables, like chairs being pulled up, or I mean it's been a long time since I've Dickinson East, and like kind of like cracks all over, well I know cracks can be taken as differently, but like just like the floor of the actual cafeteria. That's what I mean. So I was just wondering, like, what seems like that you use for kitchen, like that might be too, I don't know, maybe different grants or something like that, but just was seeing that as like a.
Yeah, MPE, they're very particular. You can't, touch walls. You can't do structural things with that money. You have to buy equipment, basically. We have to apply to MPE to, do a renovation, break a wall, do something to the flooring. So, I mean, we can apply for that, as we have surplus funds. So.
Thanks, that's it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have our wireless communication policy second read, so I have to read this. Do you want to read it? You don't have to? So, you guys see it, we're not gonna read it, we're gonna skip it. But you see it in front of you, right?
So second read is.
Basically, students can only use the phone at the teacher's discretion. Other than that, there's no other reason unless there's an emergency.
Medical.
No, medical, there's.
Or medical, yes.
Medical
Sorry,
is
but that's.
advised.
That is an emergency.
Yeah.
I think it's more like maybe like looking at the blood sugar type.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I mean, blood sugar's kind of an emergency.
Well,
Alright, let's
I'm
move
saying monitor, not necessarily like when it's low. Yeah.
Let's keep going. Audience participation, agenda items only. This portion of the agenda is for citizens to address questions or comments pertaining to the agenda. The board will listen, take comments with question under advisement, and not respond at this time. The presiding officer will refer question to the superintendent. For research and response, person wishing to address the Board of Education must complete an audience participation form and submit it to the board's president before the meeting starts. Form must be filled out and complete to be accepted. Joanne?
This one says food service team. Oh, they left.
They left.
Teresa Comer? And yeah, still here. I'm not sure about that.
They're the ones that.
It was touch and go for a minute.
Last month.
Hi, yes, I'm Therese Comer, I work at West. I was gonna talk about something else, but I think I'm gonna focus on what I kind of just got. And mainly that is the principal in the survey results. If you have people that are at 30% now and were previously at 30%, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do with that. I would think that at some point, someone somewhere would have a conversation of some sort with those principals that have very low survey results. Okay? And it doesn't seem like that's a care, like that's a thing. So I kind of understand my theory as to why some people are neutral is because they don't care anymore. They're in a situation that may not be great for them, and they don't see any change. They don't see any momentum. There's nothing going on. So again, like I said, I was coming up here to talk about something else, but that kind of just made me think about it. I'm like, what do you do with all the information you have? You have information on the budget. You have information on how your staff is operating. And again, if I'm a teacher and I'm not moving my kids with their education, like their test scores aren't improving, you don't think somebody's going to come to my room and start talking to me? You don't think that's what happens? That's what happens. But because these people are in a different position, they get a pass, in my opinion. They get a pass. So again, you have all this information in front of you, so you have to kind of decide what you're going to do with it. If you're not going to do anything, to just let us know, we'll stop doing a survey. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of pointless. But again, if you look at it from a teacher's point of view, if a teacher had low marks like that, you don't think at least 2 or 3 people would be talking to them. But for some reason, people here get a pass. So I would think that you would want to improve those scores. I think you guys care. I think you guys start asking more questions, and that's always a good thing. But again, if they don't see a change, people are not going to get involved. They're not going to get active. They're not going to continue to fill out a form that means nothing. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Next up,
Bob Riley.
Riley.
He left.
Riley gone.
Okay.
Wade Mohammed.
Gone, they're gone.
Yeah, they left.
Tom Hibbets.
He's gone.
He's gone.
I was gonna do non-agenda items, but since the board approved the levy amount for the rec millage, can I speak on it now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if you buy your time right, you can do that.
Yeah.
You should say no so you can wait for us.
That'd be a stretch.
No, I'm joking.
So I am approaching you not in my Parks Conservancy capacity, but as a resident of Hamtramck. So I wanted to announce to you and the community that I have formed a political committee for the purposes of supporting the recreation millage. I believe really strongly in how beneficial it's been to the community. I don't want to spend my time talking about things you already know, but I will say that, you know, the way that our arrangement has emerged with the Parks Conservancy supplementing in a lot of ways what the Recreation Department and in partnership with the schools does, this is just vitally important to all of us together. And to that end, I think I'm well positioned to do that, and I just wanted to talk about what we've already done. So we've raised $1,000, and I'm going to invite anyone who would like to contribute to that to do so. We're going to do all the standard things that a committee would do, and like happened, I think, 10 years ago. I've been talking to people who were involved back then. So pretty soon we're going to have yard signs, door hangers, people to distribute those and talk to people about what the millage means and how it works. And social media accounts are just about to be launched too. We're doing weekly Google Meet meetings Thursday at 5 o'clock, so anyone's welcome to join us. And What else? Any questions?
Can you give us the name of the committee and
Yes.
how to contact it?
Yeah, if you can share that information.
Yeah, it's important to know the official committee name, so when you look it up, either to contribute or to get in touch, and especially when these accounts are launched, it's the Vote Yes for Hamtramck Recreation Committee. And we have a bank account that you can contribute directly to, and the way that you do that would be to look up that name through Zelle. Vote Yes for Hamtramck Recreation.
It's for FOR, not for.
Correct.
Okay.
Vote for Hamtramck Recreation. Vote Yes for Hamtramck Recreation. And I have it on good authority that you can also find that account through my phone number, which is linked to. And so you should take that down and put this next to the name. 248-894-3114. 248-894-3114. And I'm already working with a bunch of you, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. All right, next.
That's it for agenda items.
Okay, we move on to action items now.
Let's do it.
Resolution number 9, approval of invoice and check registers.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Olenek,
Second.
second by Mr. Ovade. Resolve that the check register for the period May 14, 2026 through June 10, 2026, as enclosed be approved. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So we got 6 and 1 absent. Motion carries. Resolution number 10, authorization of depository.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Elgin,
Second.
second by Ms. Volinick. Resolve that U.S. Bank does hereby replaces UPS as the legal depository for investment of the school district, the city of Hamtramck, for funds in whatever form and whatever manner endorsed, and that funds so deposited be withdrawn by check, draft, note, or other instruments, or order for payments, transfers, or withdraw by the authorized person representing the school district. Any questions?
Who is?
Myself. And Cindy.
And Cindy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Resolution number 11, approval of food service management company. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Volinick,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Elgin. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the contract for food services with Variety Food Services, Inc. for the 26-27 school year, effective July 1st, 2026.
Is it a 1-year contract?
That is a 1-year
Yeah, you
contract,
get
yes.
them every year,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a total of 5, but we gotta approve it yearly. Alright, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Alright, 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Resolution number 12, approval of transportation service agreement. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Legahane, second by Mr. Obey. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the extension of the transportation service agreement with Azilio Inc. for the 26-27 school year effective July 1st, 2026. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Resolution number 13, of approval of student trip. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I heard Ms. Boyanik, seconded by Mr. Obey. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the request of Jill Jenkins to take summer school students to Sierra Point in Sandusky, Ohio, approximately 87 students and 13 chaperones on July 24, 2026. This is,
July 24th.
oh, July, not June. Okay, trip is funded through the summer recovery grant. It's been a long night.
Yes, right now.
All in favor?
It's
Aye.
just
Any opposed? 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Resolution number 14, approval of Microsoft Office purchase.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Elgin, seconded by Mr. Obey. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the purchase of Microsoft Office 365 license for the 26-27 school year. Total cost not to exceed $34,745.18, funded through general fund.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Mr. Elgin is ahead of me. All right, resolution 15, elimination of position.
Motion.
Motion by Ms.
Second.
Boyd, seconded by.
Second me.
Elgin. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the elimination of human resource specialist position effective June 30, 2026. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries.
Okay, now we go to
And now,
16.
resolution number 16.
That's number C.
Yeah, resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the approval of employment of Iman Jahmi, summer discovery teacher at Kisco Middle School, 50 per hour, maximum of 30 hours per week, effective June 22, 2026. Any questions?
Yes, how's the process of hiring this summer? And did we get approved last agenda of employee? And when is the summer school start? This Monday?
Yes, started on Monday.
So
When is it
is there a committee for hiring?
For summer school,
Yes.
for the coordinator positions, there was a committee for the teaching and your para and the camp counselors and whatnot. Those were designated by the coordinators. So there was no hiring committee for those. They were just, the coordinators sent me a list of who they wanted for the summer programs.
Can I answer?
Okay, can I get a motion? I didn't get no motions, sorry. Motion by Ms. Boyd, second by Elgahim. I'll read this again. Result of the Board of Education does hereby approve the employment of Iman Al-Jahmi, summer discovery teacher at Kisco Middle School, 58 per hour, maximum 30 per hour per week, effective June 22, 26. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Resolution 17, approval, hold on. Resolved that the board, can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Williams, second by Mr. Elginay. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the employment of Mari Billingsley. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Summer special education paraprofessional in East, $30 per hour, maximum of 30 hours per week, effective June 22, 2026. All in favor?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have two questions. The first one, and I'm asking specifically for this employment because they were on the list of the names we were provided at the last meeting on folks who were on like temporary positions, but like we didn't know about. But because they were temporary, they were hired. So my first question is, what is the difference between that position and like this one? Because what does temporary mean?
They're just working for the summer program.
So what was the difference from the last one to this one?
So last year we didn't have any temporary or recreational people on the board agenda. This
Right.
year, because there were comments that those people were left off the board agenda, we made sure that everybody that was temporary was now added to the board agenda. But the law does not require us to put temporary positions on the board agenda.
Got it.
For clarification purposes.
That's why they're not in last year agenda.
Correct.
So are you saying that we don't necessarily need to approve this person? This was
Unless
just,
the board wants to, we can do whatever we want. I can add a policy and
yeah,
have that.
like no, because I'm wondering like if last one, like I guess last
Right.
summer we didn't have to approve.
I guess we
but
weren't
this-
entitled to because it was not in the policy, but if we, the board, decide that we want to, I can make it happen.
Well,
Or we can make it happen, sorry.
so we listened, and then what we talked about is putting everybody on the agenda, regardless if they're temporary, just for transparency.
And I think that's a good idea, because then everybody knows and there's no question.
No, I agree,
Yeah.
100%, and that's why we added it.
My second question.
Yes.
Thank you for the answer to the first one. My second question is, and it's a little like kind of asked this for, I guess for motion C or something like that. How do you all, like I know you said the coordinators say like who they want. How like I know we got like a slew of email of the positions being advertised.
Yes.
How do you all ensure? And I'm saying this because some folks could say like, oh, this is like this is a family member, right? But like, how do you guys ensure that there's a it's advertised widely, so not just to like a family member?
Positions are posted externally and internally.
Okay. And what's about like the time frame that like people get? Like I know usually like I'm thinking out for the board members, a pretty fast time turnaround, right?
Yeah.
So like, how much time do people usually get to respond?
For the temporary positions, they were not posted as long because we didn't know if we were going to need temps this summer. It wasn't until maybe a couple weeks ago when I was notified that we were still in need of paras and the camp counselors and the camp coaches, which I actually just posted today. So I wasn't aware of those needs, and so those were not up as long. But yes, those positions were posted to allow for people to apply. And we have hired, you'll see more actually on the next board agenda. More temps will be on there as well.
All right, thank you. All right, so for resolution for 17, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Now we move to resolution number 18, approval of consent agenda items. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I heard Ms. Volinick and then I think Mr. Elgin. Resolved that the Board of Education approves the following items under the consent agenda, A through G. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6 ayes, 1 absent, motion carries. Almost. All right, audience participation. Portion of this portion of the agenda is for citizens to address any question or comments to the board. The board will listen to your comments and question under advisement and not respond at this time. Presiding officer will refer question to the superintendent for research and response. Joanne?
Mohammed Rahman.
Next.
Tony Coral.
Yep, she's still here. She'll never leave us.
We're gonna close
She'll
your
always with us. Right, Tony?
I mean,
You'll always be with us, right?
I always,
Alright.
always, you would be sad if I was not here. So, about 3 hours ago, we heard information about the budget. And it does suggest that there could be financial trouble looming on the horizon. There are a lot of ifs and knocking on wood that Lansing does the right thing. And that would only be for 1 year, because who knows what's happened after that. There are 2 bits of good news, however, that I want to share with you that I see. The first is that the district could begin to act responsibly, and if we did that, we could prevent a lot of pain. The second is that you, the board, have the power to demand that the district does indeed begin to act and behave responsibly with the money. If any of our families were facing rocky financial times, we would look at both large and small expenses and consider what we could cut. Large expenses are above my pay grade, but I don't think I would be shy if people asked me what I thought. I want to share 2 examples of smaller expenses that I have questions about, especially because the audit was late and the district was forced to dip heavily into its investments to pay the bills. Since December, between December and May, the district spent a little over $3,000 on catered meals. We are looking at, by the way, credit card statements, and you could all ask for those. I'm not sure if they're part of your normal financial package that you get. Look, I like food, probably a little too much, but is it necessary in this case and at this time? The district liquidated more than 50% of its investments in December. Maybe that would have been the time to begin to stop a lot of non-educational discretionary spending. The next example starts next week. This year, 9 behavior interventionists voted to join the union. We immediately signed an agreement with the district, placing them in the paraeducator contract, knowing that we would need to discuss a handful of other issues specifically tied about their job and, of course, salary. We are not negotiating an entire contract. There's already contract language that protects them. We will meet next week, and the district informed us last Monday that they will have legal representation at the discussions. A lawyer for 9 employees. Is that financially responsible? Just a question. You, 7 equal members of this board, can demand financial responsibility, and you can do it tonight.
Thank you. Next up.
Malik Mohammed.
Keep going.
Aida Davish.
No.
Oh. We just started. We just were.
Good evening, board president, members, and so my name is Ida Davish, and I am the ML teacher at Holbrook School, and also the building coordinator. And I'm here to speak in behalf of our students who are in the categorical and the multi classroom. I heard that they're going to be taking our paras from the classroom. So I'm here to speak in behalf of our students to keep our paraprofessionals. And here is one of the teachers that we work with, Miss Alford. And so I really feel that our students are unique academic, behavioral communication, and social and emotional and physical needs that require consistent support from our special ed paraprofessionals. And especially with most of our students in the IEP goals, they need that one-on-one. So taking that away, they're not going to be meeting those goals. Also, too, paraprofessionals provide individualized academic support that helps students participate in classroom lessons and activities. They assist in communication, including supporting students who have limited verbal skills or use alternative communication system. And they also are behavioral support that helps students remain safe, engaged, and successful in the learning environment. And they're also too learning. They have plans and they work with their students very carefully. Social skills coaching and peer interaction support, which are essential for student growth. They also assist in transitions between activities, classrooms, school routines. They support personal care. They even change diapers and pull-ups. They're always there with the students. Sometimes they're even show the support of more of the listen to the parents than they do their classroom teachers because they have that connection with them. They also do crisis prevention and escalate any students who are overwhelmed or dysregulated, especially in the multi room. There's increased supervision to ensure safety of all times. And I really feel that this is an adequate support. We need our paraprofessionals in the classroom and to be with our students. And feeling that if they're taken out, the students are not going to get what they need from their IEP. So I respectfully ask the voice of our students to please do not remove any of the paraprofessionals from both the categorical or the multi room because we really need them. And thank you very much for your time and consideration to committing from all of our students at Hamtramck Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank
Can
you.
can you tell me which school you're at?
I'm at Holbrook.
Holbrook, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Next.
Joyce Alfred.
Hi, so I'm the Joyce that Ms. Davish so gracefully spoke about. I previously came before you all and asked you not to remove paraprofessionals from the budget, and it sounds like that is exactly what's going to happen in the next 26-27 school year, and I am very anxious. My students have come so far, and I'm anxious because my parents have shared with me that their level of confidence has increased, knowing that their students, for example, have come from being 7 years old and never speaking to reading, writing, and confidently coming to school. And they now know that their children can talk and be independent. And as a case manager and their classroom teacher, with the support of a paraprofessional, there's only so much that I can do when I'm needed on so many facets to support my students. Without a paraprofessional in the classroom, the students will fail. So I can teach, but I can't change diapers. I can teach, but I can't make sure that they're safe. So I can be at the board making sure that they're learning, but I can't make sure that they are in a dry diaper or that they are not sitting in a wet spot or that their shoes are tied. I can't do everything that they need me to do for them and make sure that they are going home the same way that they arrived. And that's what our students need to feel confident about being in school. And they come running to my classroom. How many students can you say do that every day? And that's taking time to get them to a point where they don't feel like they want to elope from school. I have students who were enormous elopers, and now they come to school ready to learn, looking forward to being in the classroom where they know that they are loved and they are going to learn. And to know that they are possibly not going to be the adult support that they need next year scares me a little bit. I can do my job. I do it very well. But without the support of the staff members that I have right now, and right now I have a ratio of 4-2, it's necessary. And I need you guys to step up, and I need you guys to make sure that they are available for my students to continue to do well. I don't know what you need to do, but I need you to figure it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. That's it.
Alright, thanks. Alright, we'll move on to board calendar updates. Our next regular board meeting will be July 8th, August 12th, September 9th, and October 14th. So we have a conflict for October 14th because I believe the board has a conference, correct?
In
Yep.
Lansing,
So we either move it 1 week before or 1 week after.
Which did you say?
October 14th.
I'm
We could
okay
probably move
with,
it up.
Should we do it the 7th?
Yeah, we could do it the 7th.
I mean, I'm okay with either one. It doesn't matter for me. So it's whatever. If somebody has something
I
else.
think I'd rather have it earlier than later.
Okay.
Well, September
We
9th.
will,
Yeah,
we will, or we can leave it as is, and as we get close, we can.
I think that
change
would. That's. I think that would.
I prefer
Maybe in
Wednesdays though. Like I prefer to keep the
The
because
Wednesdays?
I know
No,
we're
we-
doing Thursday this time, and yeah, I prefer to keep them on Wednesdays, and I'm a fan of doing it earlier
if we-
rather than later.
If we do the first week, we'll be okay with the.
I think we'll be okay. I
to
mean,
get
we'll
ready
know
with
as we
the
get close to
agenda,
it.
Business up, you know,
So we'll
or
tentatively,
is it fast?
Bro,
we'll
I
tentatively
think
change it
it's
for
too
October
early.
I think
7th.
it's a month.
It's too
after the
early.
ninth, but
Huh?
I mean, we're in June right now.
Yeah, we'll tentatively,
Tentatively.
because we can't make it
Right.
14th anyways.
Okay.
Tentatively make it for the 7th.
Okay. All right. I mean,
And go from there. Alright, guess there's no more, agenda items. We will, before we adjourn, I'd like to thank everyone here in the audience for waiting all night and sitting here with us. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. That means you guys care and, we value you and everyone here, so appreciate it. The regular meeting is adjourned at